My name's Daniel Mercer. I'm from the edge of a place called Willow Ford, on the back road that runs past the veteran cemetery, and I work as the groundskeeper out there. The guy who cuts the grass, trims the bushes, fixes the busted sprinklers, and hauls away the old faded flowers nobody remembers to pick up. And I swear to God, I have not slept right since that week with the stone path. I remember the day it really started because it was so normal. It hurts to think about it. Like if I could go back and spill my coffee or call in sick, maybe none of this would have stuck to me. I had instant oatmeal with the fake maple flavor because I was running late, and it got thick on me because I left the spoon in the bowl while I looked for a clean work shirt, and I ended up grabbing the dark green one with the missing top button and that faded grease stain right under the name patch where it says Dan in white thread. I checked the time on my phone when I got in the truck. 6:42 in the morning. Still dark enough that you see your breath a little when you step out. And my battery light blinked for a second, but then went out, and I told myself I would deal with it on the weekend. I drove the same road I always do, past the 2 gas stations and the empty lot where they keep promising a strip mall. And then the road narrows, and there on the right is the low stone wall of the cemetery, and the ironed gates, and the neat rows of white markers going back and back, and the flagpoles where the flags never move as much as they should have. That day, I clocked in at 6:59 on the old punch clock in the maintenance shed, the one that sticks if you slam it too hard. And I remember that click sound so clear, like that was the last normal sound my brain got to label without thinking twice. My boss, Mr. Harlan, had left a note on the pegboard in that shaky blue marker he uses, saying the walkway by the central monument had started to heave again, stones shifting from the roots underneath, and the freeze-thaw and all that. And there had already been one older visitor who had tripped last week. So my job for the next few days was to pull up the worst sections, reset the base, and put them down clean and level so nobody broke a hip. That is all it was supposed to be. Me and a pry bar and a bucket of sand and a rubber mallet. And a path I have walked 100 times, running through the middle of those rows of markers with the little flags and the exact same spacing that makes your eyes go funny if you stare too long. It was one of those clear, cold mornings where the sound carries, you know what I mean. You can hear a car from a mile away. And the crows arguing in the trees sound like they are right above you. I started at the far end by the big granite monument with the bronze plaque, the one with all the names and the dates and the little plastic poppies that people leave. And I knelt down, feeling that stiff ache in my knees like always. And I set the pry bar under the first loose stone. Nothing felt strange yet, not really. The stone made that grinding sound when it lifted, a mix of concrete dust and sand, and my own breath louder than it should have been. And I remember brushing off the underside and seeing a fat black ant crawl around like I had just ruined its whole house. I leveled out the sand bed, tamped it down, set the stone back, moved to the next one. It was just work. Around 8, the first visitor came in, an older woman with a beige coat, holding a grocery store bouquet with the water packet still rubber banded around the stems, and she walked slow along row D like she knew exactly where she was going. I saw her out of the corner of my eye, but I kept working. She stopped, knelt, straightened a small flag, kissed her fingers, and pressed them to the top of a marker. And I turned away because you learn not to stare at that. The only reason I am telling you about her is because she looked at me once, just once, and her eyes slid down to the stones I was working on. And there was this little wrinkle right between her eyebrows, like she wanted to say something, but decided against it. At the time, I thought it was nothing. That first day, the wrong thing was so small, I almost wrote it off. I was halfway down the path, around 10, the sun higher and making the marble bright enough to hurt if you looked straight at it. I had taken off my jacket and I was just in my green shirt, sleeves rolled up, sweat starting at the back of my neck, even though the air was still cold. I had my hands under one of the heavier stones, rocking it up, when I heard this sound that did not fit. It was like someone talking under a blanket in the next room. That muffled, low murmur where you cannot catch the words, just the rhythm of a voice. I froze, because at first I thought there was someone behind me, and I looked over my shoulder at the rows, and the empty benches, and the big bare tree near Section F. But there was nobody, just the wind barely moving the little flags. Then I realized the sound was not behind me. It was under me, under the stones. I remember I pushed my hands deeper under the stone I had lifted, like that would somehow make sense of it, and I leaned down until my ear was almost touching the edge of it, and I could hear it clearer, a man's voice, low and steady, like he was telling a story to someone, and then another voice cutting in, sharper, arguing. And there was this rising and falling, like a conversation you are not supposed to be listening to. My first thought, and it sounds stupid now, was that maybe one of the sprinkler lines had cracked and water was rushing somewhere weird and making some kind of echo. I let the stone drop, heart going faster than it should, and stood up so fast my head swam a little. I told myself, okay, someone has a radio on in one of the cars parked down the lane, or maybe across the road, or maybe the cleaning crew left something running by the chapel, and I forced myself to look casual while my chest thumped against my ribs. I walked a few steps away from the path. Nothing. The parking lot had one car, that beige sedan the woman must have driven, and it was empty. No music, no cars on the road just then. The chapel doors were shut. Even the crows were quiet for a minute. The flags on the markers were barely moving. It was like the whole place was holding its breath. I went back to the stone and knelt again, telling myself it had been in my head, maybe my own voice in my ears from humming or something. I lifted the stone again. The voices were still there, 2 of them, clear as day now that I was listening. One older sounding, "Siu," like every word weighed something, and one higher, faster, cutting across him, mad about something I could not understand. They were right under that stone, like inches below my hands, and I swear to you there was no hollow space under there, just compacted dirt and the edge of the concrete forms that keep the path from sinking. I dropped the stone again, and it hit the base with a hard thud, and the voices stopped mid-word, just cut off. I stood up and my legs felt weak, and I remember I wiped my hands on my jeans and looked down at my fingers, and there was dust and this darker stain I thought was just old dirt. I tried to grab my phone to check the time, but my hands shook and I dropped it and had to bend down again to pick it up. And when I pressed the button, it said 10:13. That number has been stuck in my head like someone carved it into the inside. I did not tell anyone that morning. You know how you do. You build this little wall right away. You say, I am tired. I did not drink enough water. Maybe I'm getting sick. And you promise yourself you will laugh about it later. I went back to work, but I avoided that one stone. Like if I just left it alone, the problem would not be mine. I moved farther down, worked on the section closer to the monument, and I tried to focus on the simple things, making sure the stones were level, tapping them with the rubber mallet, brushing the joints clean. But every time I put my hands on the ground, I felt this weird awareness, like the earth under my palms was not solid, like it was listening. Around noon, I took my lunch, a turkey sandwich in a plastic container my sister had packed because she worries I forget to eat, and I sat on the bench near the flagpoles. I could see the path from there, the section I had left half done, the one stone sitting slightly higher because I had not set it back right. The whole time I chewed that sandwich, my ears were straining, waiting for that murmur to start again, even from where I sat. It did not, and the quiet was almost worse. My coworker, Ray, came out of the shed around then, wiping his hands on a rag, and he nodded toward the path and said, "How many you got done so far, man?" Because he talks like that, real easy. I said something like, "Working on it, just taking a break, ground is stubborn today." And he laughed and said, "Yeah, it gets like that. You hear them arguing with you down there. And then he walked off toward the back fence to check on a downed branch. It was a joke, just something people say. But it landed in this bad place in my stomach, like the world had just winked at me at the wrong time. That night, after my shift, I told myself the test would be sleep. If I could sleep, then it was nothing. I got home around 5:30, my truck making that little belt squeal it does, and I parked under the one streetlight on my block that actually works. My apartment is small, 1 bedroom, 2nd floor, cheap carpet, everything smelling faintly like whatever my downstairs neighbor cooks. I kicked off my boots, heated up leftovers, watched some mindless show until I realized I had not actually processed any of it. And then, when it was finally time to go to bed, around 11, my heart started to pick up again, like I was going up a hill. I lay there in the dark, fans humming, and I listened. For traffic, for my neighbor's television, for anything. Instead, I heard gravel. Not real gravel, not from outside. The sound of footsteps on the cemetery path, crunching slow, heel then toe, somewhere behind my ears. I sat up so fast, my back hurt. The room was dark except for the clock on the dresser. It said 11:19. I held my breath and it stopped. The phantom footsteps cutting out like somebody lifted the needle on a record. I told myself then I would not go back to that part of the path. I would tell Harlan my knees were bad, that I should be on leaf detail instead. I even had the speech half formed in my head by the time my alarm went off at 5:15 the next morning. Of course, I did not say anything. That is the part that makes me feel stupid more than anything, the way I kept stepping back into it. When I got to the shed, Mr. Harlan was already there, holding a clipboard, his gray hair sticking up in the back like he had slept in his chair again. He looked at the path from the door and said, "You got a good start yesterday, Mercer, but we got a service coming through Friday, so that stretch by the monument has to be solid." I opened my mouth to say something about my knees, about needing Ray to switch with me, but the words died somewhere in my throat. Instead, I nodded and said, "Yes, sir, I will have it done." That second day, the sky was overcast, that flat gray that makes everything feel like late afternoon. The wind had picked up, blowing across the markers, making the little flags snap and rattle. Plastic flowers clicked against the stones. I felt wired, like I had already had 3 cups of coffee, even though I was still on my first. I went back to the path. The stone I had left sitting crooked looked almost like it was waiting for me, and I caught myself thinking that and had to shake my head. I started a little farther away again, resetting the ones that had actually been loose, working methodically, giving myself the illusion of choice. For a while, nothing happened. Just the scrape of metal on stone, the thud of the mallet, my own breathing. Around 9, a school group came through, a line of kids in bright jackets with a teacher and a guide. And I watched them go around the monument while a man from the local veterans group pointed at the plaque and talked about sacrifice and dates. The kids shuffled and stared, and one little boy looked down at the path and then at me, and for a second I thought he was going to say something, but he just scratched his nose and looked away. When they left, it was like someone turned the volume down on the world. No cars, no planes, just wind and the faint buzz of the light on the flagpole. I knew I was stalling, so I finally went back to that stone. My palms were sweating inside my work gloves. I set the pry bar, leaned my weight on it, and lifted. The stone came up with that gritty sigh. The voices were there instantly. No fade in, no warm up, just there like they had been waiting mid-sentence since the day before. This time they were clearer, like the thickness of the stone had been the last layer between us. I could make out words, not all of them, but enough to know it was English, not some weird dream language. The older voice was saying something like, "That is not how it went. That is not how it happened." And the other voice cut across with, "You left me there. You walked away." And there was this tone in it that made my ribs hurt. This mix of accusation and panic. I jerked back like I had touched something hot, but I did not drop the stone this time. I just held it, arms shaking, half crouched, and I whispered, "Who is there?" which felt incredibly stupid as soon as it left my mouth, because what answer was I expecting? They did not answer me. They just kept arguing, like I was not part of it. I closed my eyes, and for a second, I saw something in my head. Not like a hallucination with detail, more like when a memory flashes up, a quick impression of uniforms and mud and men in rows, and my heart started pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I set the stone down as gently as I could, like I was closing a lid, and the moment it touched the base, the voice cut off again, sharp, like a radio losing power. I sat back on my heels and just breathed, counting in my head to 8, like they tell you to do for panic. And I told myself, if you tell anyone this, they will think you are losing it. You will lose the job, the one steady thing you have. So I lied to myself instead. You misheard. Maybe somebody left one of those little recorders at a grave, the kind that plays a message. Maybe. The day dragged after that. Every time I knelt down anywhere on that path, I felt like I was 1 inch away from those voices, like they were walking along under the ground, matching my steps. At lunch, I went to the truck instead of the bench, closed the door, turned on the radio louder than I usually do, some talk show host going on about sports, just to fill my head with a different kind of noise. I looked at my hands on the steering wheel, and they were still trembling. When my shift ended, I told myself I would ask to be moved the next day. But that night was worse. I went home, microwaved something I could not taste, sat in the chair by the window, staring at nothing, until it was late enough to pretend it was normal to go to bed. I checked the door twice. I checked the stove 3 times. In bed, I lay on my side, watching the numbers change on the alarm clock. 11:02, 11:17, 11:31. The building was quiet. Somewhere a dog barked once and stopped. I started to drift, that place where your thoughts get loose, and then I heard it again, as clear as if I were lying in the grass between the markers. Gravel under footsteps, slow and even, coming from the wall by the head of my bed. I held my breath. The footsteps paused, then started again, this time right in the middle of my chest, like they were inside me. Then I heard a whisper, not words yet, just a tone. I snapped on the bedside lamp and the sound cut out mid-breath. The quiet afterward had weight. I sat there for a long time with the light on, watching the shadows shift in the corners of the room, until my eyes burned. When my alarm went off, I felt like I had not slept at all. I almost called in. I even had the phone in my hand, thumb over the call button. But I kept seeing Harlan's face, that tired, patient look he gets when people make excuses, and I pictured the bills on my table, and I put the phone down. 3rd day. This is the one that did it, the one that cracked everything. The sky was bright blue, like the kind of day you would pick for a picnic if you ignored the wind. It was cold, sharp enough that the inside of my nose hurt when I breathed. I put on my thicker gloves and a beanie under my cap, and I told myself again, today you tell him you need reassignment. When I got there though, Harlan was in a mood, shuffling papers and talking about schedules, and before I could speak he said, "Mercer, that path is priority 1. We got the family of that colonel coming in. They will be walking right over it." And I just nodded like I always do. By 9, I was back in the same spot, staring down at the stone that had become this little square enemy. I told myself I would just set it proper and be done, get past it. Like maybe this was all happening because I was leaving it crooked. I wedged the bar under, pressed down, and when the stone lifted, the voices came so loud I actually flinched. No buildup. Just a sharp, clear voice saying, "You hear me now?" and another answering, he hears, like they were talking about me. My mouth went dry. I wanted to drop the stone and run, but something in me locked up, some stubborn streak that has kept me in this job longer than most, and I ground my teeth and held it there. I said, "I do not know who you are. You should not be here," trying to keep my voice level, like that mattered. There was a sound then, like a lot of people exhaling at once, except it was underneath the path, and it made the hair stand up on my arms. The older voice said, "We were promised a place. That is all." And the other said, "You walk on us. You walk over us. You do not look down, and now you hear." I started shaking. I said, "This is a cemetery. That is what this is. You are resting. You are at rest, because that is the script we are all given." The voices laughed, if you can call it that. Not loud, not like a movie. Just this dry, tired sound that made me want to throw up. Then something in the stone shifted. I felt it under my hands, the weight changing not like a rock settling, but like something beneath it pushing back. A hairline crack shot across the surface, right between my fingers. This thin, dark line that had not been there before. I froze. The crack widened a fraction, not much, but enough that I could see darkness in it. Not the gray-brown of soil, but a deeper black, like a hole in a photograph. I leaned closer, against every survival instinct, because that is what we do. We look, even when we know we should not. Inside that crack, something moved. At first, I thought it was my reflection, some trick of the light on my own eye. But the angle was wrong. Then it was unmistakable. There was an eye looking back at me from under that stone. Right there in the narrow opening, as close as if someone were pressed up against a crack in a door. It was not glowing or anything dramatic like that. It looked human, wet, dark brown, almost black, with this bloodshot ring around the white, like it had been staring for a very long time. It did not blink like a normal eye. Not at first. It just held mine. And in that second, my whole body went cold in a way that had nothing to do with the air. My breath hitched in my throat. The whispering around it grew louder, like a crowd at a distance. Layers of voices stacking on each other, some pleading, some angry, some just repeating snippets of things I could not understand. The eye shifted slightly, like whoever it belonged to was trying to get a better look at me through that small gap. And then it did blink, once, slow, and when the lid came down, I saw that the skin around it was wrong, not wrinkled like an old man, not smooth like a young one, just this weird, flat, pressed look, like whatever it was had been under that stone longer than made sense. I do not remember deciding to move. 1 second I was staring, and the next my hands had let go and I had stumbled back, landing hard on my tailbone on the frozen ground. The stone slammed down into place, the crack vanishing like it had never been there, just a clean, unbroken surface again. The voices stopped mid-word, cut off in this painful way, like someone yanked a cord. I sat there gasping, my hands braced behind me, gravel biting into my palms through the gloves. For a long moment, I could not hear anything at all. Not the wind, not the flags, nothing. The world felt hollow. Then sound rushed back in. A crow calling somewhere. A car passing on the road. The squeak of the flag's pulley. My heart hammered so hard, I thought I might black out. I must have made some kind of noise because Ray came jogging over from the far side, where he had been clearing a fallen branch. He said, "You good, man? You fall or what?" And I opened my mouth. And what came out was, I slipped. Stone gave way. I am fine. Because I could not make the real words line up. He held out a hand, pulled me up, looked at the path, at the stone, at me. His eyes lingered on my face a second too long, like he saw something wrong there. And then he just nodded and said, "Watch your footing. These old places like to keep you." And then he went back to work. I stood there, legs shaking, staring at that perfectly normal-looking stone, and I wanted to scream. There was nothing to point to. No crack, no sign, just my own rattled head. I could not make myself touch it again. I went to Harlan and lied. Said the ground under that section was still too wet, that I needed to let it settle, that I was going to work on another part of the grounds. He nodded, half listening. Told me to make sure the flags along the drive were straight. I spent the rest of the day doing anything that did not involve that path. That night is when it followed me home for real. Before, it had been just sounds, little echoes. This time, it was more. I sat in my truck after I pulled up to my building, engine off, the ticking of the cooling metal loud in the quiet street. For a second, I considered sleeping right there, just curling up on the bench seat, but some stubborn part of me said that was ridiculous. I went inside, tossed my keys in the bowl by the door, and just stood in the living room, listening. The hum of the fridge, the distant sound of someone's television, my own heartbeat. I turned on the radio again, set it between stations so it was just a soft hiss, background noise. I made myself a sandwich I did not want, took one bite, threw the rest in the trash because it felt like chewing cardboard. I showered, letting the water run too hot until my skin turned red. The whole time I felt like the floor under me was one of those stones, thin with a pressure building up underneath. When I finally turned off the light and lay down, I left the radio on low. I lay on my back, staring at the ceiling. My mind kept replaying that eye, that slow blink, the way the skin around it did not move right. At some point, I started to drift, the radio hiss mixing with my own thoughts, my breathing evening out. Then the static thinned, like someone was turning a dial I could not see, and under it, I began to hear voices. At first, they were just a murmur, like the ones under the stone, and I thought, okay, I left the radio on, that is all. Some late talk show. But the volume did not change, and the tone was wrong. These were the same voices, the older one, the angry one, and others now, overlapping, layered. They were not coming from the radio itself. They were coming from under my bed, under the floor, under the walls. One voice, clear as if he were leaning over my face, said my name. Full name, Daniel Mercer. I did not remember giving it to them. Hearing it in that tone, from nowhere, made something in my chest twist. Another voice, the sharper one, said, "He walks on us. He stands on us. He sets the stones, and he does not listen." But now he hears. I snapped my eyes open, and the ceiling was just the ceiling. The same faint stain in the corner from the upstairs leak. The same plaster crack, but the air felt crowded. I swung my legs off the bed, feet hitting the floorboards. And the moment I did, the whispering surged, like I had stepped on a nest. I could not make out all the words, but I understood enough. They were describing things they should not know, the exact weight of the pry bar in my hands, the feel of gravel under my knees, the color of my work shirt, the missing button. They listed the times I had walked that path, the days I had cut the grass between the markers, the number of times I had stepped on that particular stone without looking down. My stomach flipped. I lunged forward and shut off the radio, thinking maybe that would help, but it made the voices clearer, not softer. They were not coming from a device. They were in the structure, in the lines of the building, in the empty spaces. I stood in the middle of my room, heart hammering, and said out loud, "Stop, you are not real. This is not real," like I was talking to my own brain. For a moment, everything went silent, so abruptly that my ears rang. Then, from directly under my feet, through the boards, came the faint crunch of gravel and that slow, even footstep, walking from the wall toward where I stood, stopping just below me. A whisper, right under my skin, said, "Stone on top, stone below, no way out." That was when I lost it for a minute. I grabbed my boots, yanked them on without untying them properly, grabbed my keys with shaking hands, and left the apartment, leaving the lights on. I did not even lock the door. I drove without really deciding where I was going. My hands took the wheel back to the only place they knew in the dark, the road to the cemetery. It was nearly 3 in the morning when I pulled up to the gate. The truck's headlights washing over the iron bars and the stone pillars. The battery light flickered again. I left the engine running and just sat there, breathing hard, staring through the windshield. The cemetery beyond the gate was mostly dark, just a few dim security lights near the chapel and the maintenance shed. The rows of markers, faint outlines against the night sky. The flags hung limp. The air felt thick, like sound would not travel right. I killed the radio, so it was just the engine and my breathing. I do not know how long I sat like that. Time went weird. My phone on the seat next to me lit up once with a spam text. And the sudden glow made me jump. Then, through the windshield, through the bars of the gate, I saw movement along the central path. It was subtle, just a shift of darkness against darkness at first. And I told myself it was my eyes adjusting, but it kept going. Something was moving along the stone walkway, from the monument toward the gate, slow and steady, like the shadow of someone walking with a measured pace. There was no body I could see, just that darker strip gliding over the stones, dipping where the path dipped, rising where it rose. As it got closer, the engine noise seemed to fade, not actually quieting, but being pushed to the edges of my awareness by the sound of those same gravel footsteps, now loud and clear in my head. Crunch, crunch, crunch. They matched the pace of that sliding darkness. My hands tightened on the steering wheel until my knuckles hurt. When the shadowy shape reached the spot where I knew that problem stone was, it paused, like whoever it was had stopped to look back. And for a second, I could swear I saw the suggestion of a head turning, even though there was nothing really there to turn. Then, without the gate opening, without any physical thing changing, that feeling, that presence, stepped off the path and right up to the inside of the fence. I could not see it, not in a way I could point to, but I felt it, like standing in front of a doorway where cold air pours through. My breath fogged the inside of the windshield. My heart pounded against my ribs. A voice, the same older one, came not from the cemetery, not from the truck's speakers, but from the space right between my ears, saying, "You heard us where we are. Now you hear us where we are not." I swallowed hard and said out loud, "I am sorry," even though I did not know what I was apologizing for exactly. And my voice cracked in the middle of it like a teenager. The other voice, the angry one, said, "You stand on us. You patch the ground. You keep the path neat so they do not see the cracks. And you think that means it is sealed, but it is not." Behind those two, others murmured, rising and falling like a crowd before a storm. I wanted to start the truck and drive until the gas ran out, but my legs felt like they were filled with sand. My fingers would not move off the wheel. I sat there, pinned by something I could not see. After a while, the presence by the gate pulled back, slowly, like a tide going out. The crunch of phantom footsteps receded along the path, back toward the monument, then farther, until I could not tell if I was hearing anything at all. The engine sounded too loud again. My chest hurt from holding my breath. I do not remember driving home, not clearly. I must have, because I woke up the next morning in my bed, boots kicked off in the doorway, the lights still on. For a few seconds, waking up, I thought maybe I had dreamed all of it, that it was just a stress thing, maybe something I had picked up from too many late-night shows. Then I swung my legs over the side of the bed and my feet touched the floor, and I heard, very faintly but unmistakably, that crunch of gravel underfoot, coming not from outside, not from any device, but from the boards under my soles. Just one step this time, like a reminder. I jerked my feet back up and sat there shaking. I called in sick that day. First time in years. Harlan sounded more annoyed than concerned, said something about schedules, but he let it slide. I thought maybe a day away from that place would help, that if I did not set foot on the grounds, the voices would fade. They did not. All day, sitting in my apartment, trying to distract myself with television or cleaning or anything, I would catch little phrases at the edge of hearing, drifting up from the floor, from the pipes, from the hallway. Bits of conversation that did not belong to anyone alive near me. Names of battles I only half recognized from plaques, snatches of prayers, a laugh that had no humor in it. Once, standing at the sink, I heard the older voice say, clear as the radio news, "The stone is just a lid," and the sharp one answer, "Until it is not." I dropped the glass I was holding, and it shattered in the basin. By evening, I knew staying home was not helping. It was like I had opened a door and then walked away from it without closing it. And whatever was on the other side was seeping through. I thought, in this twisted way, that maybe going back and facing that path, fixing the stone properly, doing the job right, would close it. People talk about closure like that. Fix the thing, seal it, move on. The next morning, I went back to work. Harlan gave me a look when he saw me. That mix of irritation and something like relief, because reliable people are hard to find. He did not ask why I had called in. He just pointed with his clipboard and said, "Family funeral this afternoon. Make sure the walkway is presentable," and then went back into the shed. The sky was that hard blue again. The wind rattled the plastic flowers. I walked to the path like a man walking to the front of a line he does not want to be in. Each step felt too loud. When I reached the spot, I stood there for a long time, just looking at that one stone. It looked exactly like all the others, smooth, slightly worn at the edges, a faint darker patch where people's feet had gone over it more than most. I knelt, my knees popping. I set the pry bar. I told myself, if it happens again, that proves it. And if it does not, then I have been chasing my own shadow. I pressed down. The stone lifted. This time there were no voices, no rush of breath, no arguing. Just the scrape of the underside against the sand and the faint creak of my own joints. I held it there, arms straining, waiting. Nothing. Underneath, the ground looked exactly how it should. Compacted earth, a bit of gravel, the edge of the concrete framing. No cracks, no impossible holes, no eyes. I felt this weird frustration then, like I had been stood up, mixed with a terror that maybe the silence meant something worse. I set the stone down, leveled it properly, tamped the edges, went over it twice to make sure it was solid. Then I did the rest of the path, stone by stone, like a man doing penance. The funeral came through that afternoon, a small group in dark coats, a folded flag carried carefully, heads bowed. They walked over that path without looking down, because people look where they are going, not what they are going on. I watched them from a respectful distance, hands stitched together in front of me so they would not shake. Nothing unusual happened. No sudden wind, no voices, nothing. If the story ended there, you could say it was all in my head and move on. It did not end there. The path held firm in the weeks after. No new cracks, no complaints. I went back to my usual rotation, mowing, trimming, cleaning up after storms. I avoided being alone in the central walkway when I could, but sometimes the job forced me there. When I walked on that stone now, it felt normal under my boots. Solid. Unremarkable. It was everywhere else that changed. I started noticing patterns that did not fit. A name on a marker that would catch my eye. A combination of first and last that would ring some bell way too close to my own. And then when I looked back a minute later, pretending I was just stretching or checking a flag, the name would be different. Not by much, just a letter or two, but enough that I knew. Dates that did not add up. Someone supposedly born decades before a war they were listed as having served in. A death date that had not happened yet. Once I walked past a row and every single marker had the same number in the engraving somewhere, tucked into the dates, like someone had threaded it through on purpose. I blinked and they went back to normal, but the unease stayed. At night in my apartment, the voices did not leave. They were not constant, not like a radio left on, more like leaks, drips. I would be brushing my teeth and hear someone quietly reciting names under the sound of running water. Names that later I would realize match some of the markers in row G. I would be halfway to sleep and hear a command barked in a tone that made my muscles twitch. I started keeping the television on low all night, just to give them something to compete with. But they slipped through anyway, between the commercials and the canned laughter. Little by little, they followed me out of the cemetery in more obvious ways. I stopped walking past the small churchyard burial ground 3 blocks over, going the long way around even if it added 10 minutes. Because the first time I cut by it after all this started, every step along its low stone wall had echoed with the exact same gravel crunch as the path. Even though the sidewalk there is smooth concrete, I began crossing the street whenever I saw a line of headstones through trees, even if it was just the corner of one of those big municipal cemeteries on the edge of town. My friends, the few I still see, started calling me jumpy. I would flinch when someone said the word stone in casual conversation for a while. I tried not to let it show at work. That job is what I have. It is not glamorous, but it is honest. And it is tied to that place in a way I thought was solid. Now I am not so sure who is taking care of who. The last straw, I guess. The thing that made me finally talk into this phone and send this into whatever void it goes to happened 3 nights ago. I had stayed late, helping set up for a morning service, placing folding chairs near the monument, straightening the bigger flags. The sun had already dipped behind the trees, leaving the cemetery in that blue-gray light that makes everything flatten out. The security lights clicked on, humming softly. Pools of yellow washed over the paths. I was alone. Ray had gone home. Harlan had left hours earlier. I was walking back toward the shed along the central path, my boots falling on the stones that I now knew too well. As I passed the spot, I felt it, like a pressure under my right heel. A push back against my step. I stopped, heart already accelerating, and looked down. The stone was fine. No crack, no discoloration, nothing. I told myself to keep moving. I took another step. The voices rose up out of the ground in a single, coherent wave. Not arguing this time, not scattered. They spoke together, dozens of them, maybe more, all saying the same 3 words in unison, clear as anything I've ever heard in my life. Do not forget. It hit me like a physical thing. My knees almost buckled. I backed away, nearly tripping over my own feet, and ended up stumbling into the grass beside the path, my breath coming out in short, sharp bursts. Do not forget. That is what people say about them, the ones under those stones. That is what all the speeches and parades and little flags are supposed to be about. But this did not sound like a plea. It sounded like an instruction, maybe even a warning. I left the chairs where they were. I did not check the shed. I went straight to my truck, hands shaking so hard I dropped my keys twice trying to unlock the door. I drove home with the radio off because it did not matter anymore. And the whole way I heard that phrase repeating under the sound of my tires on the road, timed with every little bump. Do not forget. Do not forget. I have not slept more than an hour at a time since then. Every time I close my eyes, I see that eye in the crack, the way it stared without needing to speak, and I feel the give of the stone under my hands, like something beneath it is still shifting, still trying to find a way through. I cannot walk past any burial ground now, not even on television. I change the channel when a funeral scene comes on. If I am driving and I see the hint of headstones through trees, I take the next turn, even if it means being late. My routes through this town have narrowed to little loops that avoid every known graveyard. And still, I am not sure I am not passing over somebody every time my boots hit pavement. Tonight, I am sitting here in my truck again, parked by the gate with the engine off, the cold seeping in through the floorboards, my phone warm in my hand because of how long I've been talking into it. The battery light came on when I pulled in, and I know I should not risk it, but I could not make myself go home yet. The cemetery is just beyond the bars, as neat and orderly as ever, the markers in their perfect rows. the flags barely moving, even though I can see the trees swaying at the far edge. From here, the stone path is just a faint lighter strip. I know exactly where that one stone is, even in the dark, like my body has mapped it. I keep thinking about lifting it one more time, about seeing what is really under there, if anything. But I remember that eye, that crowded whispering, and the way my own apartment floor answers back now when I move, and I know better. I believe that if I touch it again, if I let whatever is under there know that I am still listening, it will not let me put the lid back on. So I am doing this instead, talking into a cracked phone screen in the middle of the night, breathing steam on the glass, hoping putting it into words will get some of it out of my head, even though I know it will not. I do not have a lesson for you. I am not here to tell you to be respectful in cemeteries, or to live your life differently. I am just telling you that under those stone paths, under those neat rows and those flags, and all that talk about rest, there is something else. A weight, a pressure, voices that are not done talking. And if you happen to be the one with your hands on the stones, with your boots on the path, if you happen to be the one who hears them, they do not let you forget. Now every sidewalk feels like a lid, every tiled hallway, every stretch of road. When I walk, I hear that crunch of gravel where there should not be any. When I stand still, I feel watched from below. I used to think of the ground as solid, as something that held you up. Now it feels like a thin layer between me and a lot of unfinished stories pressing against it, waiting for someone to listen. I am telling you this so I am not the only one carrying it. I know that sounds selfish, but I cannot pretend it is not real anymore. I will keep going to work, at least until my hands shake so bad they take the tools away. I will keep trimming the grass and straightening the flags and fixing the paths, because that is what I know how to do. But I do not walk down the center of that stone path anymore. I go around, on the grass, even if it means my boots get wet and Harlan gives me a look. I do not step on that one stone. I do not step on any like it if I can help it. And when I drive by any place with headstones, I turn the radio up just enough to cover the sound of the gravel that is not really there. And I keep my eyes straight ahead, because I am afraid that if I ever look down at the wrong moment, at the wrong angle, I will see another crack, and this time, when it opens, it will not close. My name's Eric Dalton. I'm from the far edge of Pine Ridge, Ohio, out by the old cemetery road near the rusted iron fence, and I work as a night nurse at Maple Hollow Rehab. I know you probably think people like me are used to bad nights because of the job, because we see people at their worst. And I thought that too until that week. I keep thinking if I start at the weird part, you won't believe me. So I'm going to tell it exactly how it went, from the dumb little details that shouldn't matter, but won't get out of my head. That day started normal, more normal than most. I woke up around 3 in the afternoon because I was on my 3rd straight week of nights. I remember staring at the ceiling for a few minutes, listening to the neighbor's old washing machine thumping through the wall. I made the same cheap breakfast I always make before a shift, if you can even call it breakfast at that time. 2 pieces of toast with peanut butter and a banana that was already getting brown spots. I remember the banana because I ended up throwing half of it away and thinking what a waste it was. I put on my gray scrubs, the ones with the little bleach stain near the bottom of the shirt from when a resident pulled an IV and we had to clean up in a hurry. I checked my phone. It said 4:27 p.m. I had 2 missed messages from my sister about my mom's medication. Nothing urgent. I put the phone in my pocket, grabbed my jacket from behind the apartment door, and did the same routine I always do. Keys, badge, wallet, swipe the light off, lock up. The hallway smelled like someone had burned something for dinner. Maybe boxed mac and cheese. That weird powder smell. I walked down the concrete stairs and thought about nothing bigger than whether I was going to stop at the gas station for coffee or drink the bitter stuff from the break room again. That was the biggest thing in my head. Not death, not anything like that. Just coffee. The walk from my place to Maple Hollow Rehab is about 20 minutes if you cut behind the closed strip mall and then follow the road that runs along the cemetery fence. There's another way that loops around past the grocery store, but it adds 10 minutes and I'm lazy, so I take the cemetery road almost every night. It sounds creepier than it is. In the day, it just looks old and tired. The iron fence is rusted, yeah, but it's low, and you can see all the crooked stones inside, some leaning, some sunk down. A couple with plastic flowers that have faded to the same washed-out pink. There's a little hill in the middle with a big maple tree that drops leaves everywhere. There's no fancy gate or anything, just 2 iron posts with a chain between them and a sign that says Oak Rest Cemetery in peeling paint. I've walked past it so many times that it just blends into the background, like another old thing in a town full of old things. That evening, it was still light when I headed in, the kind of dull fall light where the sun is low but not gone yet. The air was damp, not raining, just that wet feeling that makes your shoes squeak. I didn't feel anything strange. I checked the time again when I got to the corner by the fence. 4:48 p.m., and I remember thinking I was making good time. There was a guy jogging on the other side of the road with earbuds in. A couple of cars passed, and I could hear a dog bark somewhere behind the houses. Nothing about it was special. I got to work, clocked in at 4:59 like always, and the shift started. You probably don't care about the whole shift, but I swear, man, it matters, because nothing about that night felt off until really late. We were short 1 CNA, so I picked up more rounds than usual. I passed meds, checked sugars, wrote notes. Mrs. Hendricks in 204 rang her call light every 20 minutes for the first half of the night to ask what time breakfast was. One of the newer residents tried to get out of bed without calling and almost went down, and we had to lift him back up and start fall protocols. The TV in the common room was stuck on one of those game shows with canned laughter, and every time I walked by, the host was smiling too wide at something that wasn't funny. It was just another long, tiring night. Around midnight, we had a lull. The halls got quieter, lights dimmed, that hum of machines, and the occasional cough, you know what I mean. I made a cup of coffee from the break room pot, the stuff that tastes like it's been filtered through an ashtray, and scrolled my phone for a second. One of my coworkers, Angela, looked up from her charting and said, "You doing okay, Eric? You look beat." I laughed and said, "Yeah, just another Sunday night. I'll live." She smiled and went back to tapping on the keyboard. There was nothing in her face, nothing in the room that said this night was going to stick in my head forever. Just the smell of disinfectant, coffee, and that faint nursing home smell you get used to and hate yourself for getting used to. Time dragged like it always does between midnight and 3. I checked on residents, adjusted people in their beds, emptied a couple of catheter bags, wrote more notes. At 2:41 a.m., I remember the exact time because I wrote it on a chart. I finished my last round on the east wing. I thought, good. Only a little over an hour, then I can go home, heat up leftover pasta, maybe watch something dumb on my phone until I fall asleep. That was my whole world right there. I clocked out at 3:02 a.m. The clock near the nurse's station was 2 minutes fast, but I go by the scanner on the wall, and it beeped 3:02. I pulled on my jacket, said goodnight to Angela while she was still finishing notes, and pushed through the side door into the parking lot. The air hit me first. You know how fall nights can be cold, but this was different. It was the kind of cold that feels like it goes past your jacket, past your skin, like it knows you. The lot was mostly empty, a couple of cars, the security light buzzing and casting that sick yellow color on everything. My car was the old silver sedan parked at the far end, near the start of the road that runs alongside the cemetery. It always needs something, new battery, new brakes, something. But it usually starts if I talk nice to it. That night, I decided to walk instead of drive because I felt kind of wired, and the road isn't that long. I thought the walk would clear my head. I zipped my jacket up, shoved my hands in the pockets, and headed toward the street. I didn't even think about the cemetery. Not right away. It was just where the sidewalk went. The town was quiet. In the way small towns get quiet after midnight. No traffic on the main road. The occasional flicker of a television in a second-story window. One porch light across the way, with a moth batting itself stupid against the bulb. When I turned onto the cemetery road, the sound shifted. It's hard to explain. It wasn't that everything went silent in some dramatic way. There were still sounds, but they were wrong. My shoes on the pavement sounded too loud, like I was walking in a hallway instead of outside. The crickets I usually heard on that stretch were just gone. No wind in the trees either, and there are always at least a few branches moving by that fence. That's the first thing I noticed. I remember thinking, that's weird? And then telling myself it was just a still night. The air had that damp smell, like wet leaves and metal. As I got close to the cemetery, I pulled my phone out and checked the time. 3:09 a.m. The screen lit up my hand and part of my sleeve, and I saw a little brown stain near the cuff from where I'd spilled coffee at some point. It's such a stupid thing to remember, but I can see it clear as anything. That little smear on gray fabric with the glow of the phone on it. I slid the phone back in my pocket and looked ahead, and that's when I saw him. There was a kid standing at the opening in the fence where the chain usually hangs. From far back, it just looked like a small shape, too small to be one of the guys who sometimes cut through there to smoke. As I got closer, I realized it was a boy, maybe 7, 8, I don't know. I'm not great with ages, but definitely little. He was standing just outside the opening, not in the cemetery, not quite on the sidewalk, like he didn't know which side he belonged on. He had on this thin jacket that was too light for the cold, and jeans that were a little too short, showing his socks above his shoes. His hair was cut in that plain way moms do at home. If I'd seen him anywhere else, I wouldn't have thought anything of it. Just a kid. That's what I told myself, just a kid out late. But there were things that were wrong, even before he spoke. The first wrong thing was that I hadn't clocked him there earlier. I can see a pretty long way down that road from the rehab parking lot, and I swear he was not there when I turned the corner. The second was how he stood. Not like he was cold or scared, just straight. Arms at his sides, like he'd been told to wait there, and was doing a really good job of following directions. No shifting from foot to foot. No fidgeting with his sleeves. Just still. I slowed down automatically. Because any normal person would, right? You see a little kid by a cemetery at 3 in the morning. You don't just keep walking. My brain was scrambling for normal explanations. Maybe he lived in one of the houses across from the cemetery. Maybe he got locked out. Maybe he ran away from home. I almost called out from a distance, but something about his posture made me shut up until I was closer. When I was maybe 10 feet away, he turned his head and looked right at me. Not surprised, not like a kid who just now noticed someone was coming. More like he'd been waiting for me. His eyes didn't look strange. They were just dark in the low light, but the way he held my gaze made my stomach do this little twist. "Hey buddy," I said, trying to keep my voice gentle. "You okay? Where's your house?" He didn't answer that. Instead, he said, in this small, calm voice, "Can you help me find my mom?" That's the sentence I keep hearing when I try to sleep. Not because of the words themselves, but because of how he said them. There was no wobble, no crying, no sniffling. Just like he'd been repeating that line for a while, and it still meant something, but the panic had burned out. I looked around automatically. The houses on the other side of the street were dark, no cars driving by. The rehab was behind me, a low shape with a couple of lights on. The cemetery was to my right, rows of stones and the dark bulk of that maple tree in the center. "Your mom?" I said. "Did you get separated from her? Were you at a house or at the cemetery or what?" I was already reaching for my phone, thinking I might need to call the police or at least walk him to someone's door. He stepped closer to me, just one step, and I felt this weird pressure in my chest, like I didn't want him to get any nearer, like I should back up, but I made myself stay put because he was just a kid, and that's what you do. You don't walk away. "She was here," he said, and he lifted his arm to point past the iron posts into the cemetery. His hand shook a little when he pointed, and that was the first thing that made him look like a real child and not a picture. "We were over there, but I lost her." The way he said lost made my skin crawl. Not because he sounded scared. He didn't. He sounded confused. Like he lost a toy and wasn't sure where it had gone. I looked where he pointed. The graves on the near side were the older ones, with those thin stones that look like rotten teeth sticking out of the dirt. My eyes landed on one with a bunch of plastic flowers around it, and then on another that had a small pinwheel stuck in the ground. For a second, I thought I saw something move between the stones, but when I focused on that spot, there was nothing. Just shadow and the pale gray of marble. "What's your name?" I asked. "Where did you come from before you got here?" He didn't answer right away. Then he tilted his head a little, like he was listening to something behind me, something I couldn't hear. "I'm cold," he said. "Will you come with me? I can't see her. I think she's with the flowers." That should have been the moment I said no. I know that now. I should have said, "Listen, kid, we're going to stay right here on the sidewalk and I'm going to call someone and we'll figure this out like normal people, with cars and lights and other adults." I should have done that. Instead, I thought about one of the residents we'd had on my first year at the rehab, an older man who'd gone wandering one night and ended up by the cemetery. The cops had found him in the morning, shivering by a stone, calling for his wife. He died a week later. I don't know why that memory came up then, but it did, and it shoved me forward. "Okay," I said. "Okay, I'll help you look, but we're not going to go too far in, all right? Just a little bit. And then we're going to go to someone's house and call for help." He blinked at me like he didn't care about the second part. He just turned, very smoothly, and stepped back through the opening in the fence. That's when I noticed the next wrong thing. There was no sound when his shoes hit the gravel path inside. None. I was close enough to hear my own breathing, close enough to hear the little crunch when my shoe shifted on a piece of loose asphalt. But when he stepped on the gravel, it was like the sound died before it came to my ears. I told myself there was some reason, that maybe the gravel was damp, that maybe the traffic noise I couldn't even hear was somehow covering it. You can lie to yourself a lot in a very short amount of time. He walked ahead about 3 paces, then stopped and looked back at me. "Come on," he said. "It's okay." My heart was beating in my throat. I knew I shouldn't go in there. There was no good reason for me to go into a cemetery at 3 in the morning with a kid I'd never seen before. But I kept thinking, if I let him disappear in there without me, and I read about something in the paper later, I'd never forgive myself. So I stepped over the low strip of dead grass at the fence line and onto the gravel path. I heard my shoe hit the first rock. The crunch sounded way too loud in that space, like I was stepping on glass. The air inside the fence felt different, heavier. It smelled like wet stone and old flowers, and something else under that, something dry and stale, like a room that's been closed up too long. The kid turned and started walking up the path, toward the center of the graveyard where the maple tree was. I followed, close enough that I could have grabbed him if I had to. "You live around here?" I asked him, trying to keep my voice light. "Somebody's got to be looking for you, man." He didn't answer. His shoulders were slightly hunched now, and his arms swung a little at his sides, but there was still no sound when his feet moved. I could see his shoes on the gravel, see the shift of his weight, but it was like the part of the world that should have been giving off sound where he walked had been turned off. The further we went, the more the town faded behind us. It's not a big cemetery, not really, but at night, it feels bigger. The road noise, that's usually a faint hiss on that side of town, was gone. The houses across the street might as well have been miles away. It was just me, him, the stones, and that huge tree in the middle. My breath came out in little white puffs I could see, and his didn't. That was the next wrong thing. My chest tightened when I noticed that. I almost stopped. "Hey," I said, the word sounding sharp and too loud among the markers. "Hey kid, wait up a second." He kept walking. "Listen to me," I said, and there was a quaver in my voice I hated. "We need to stop right here. Tell me your name first. Tell me where you came from." He slowed then, but he didn't turn around right away. When he did, his face looked the same. Just a kid's face, but his eyes seemed darker, like the pupils had swallowed some of the light from the sky. "We were here," he said. "She put the flowers down. I went to get something, and then I couldn't find her. I thought you were her." That last part hit me in a weird place. "I'm not your mom," I said gently, "but I'm going to help you, okay? We're going to find her, or we're going to find someone who knows where she is." He stared at me. "You're late," he said. "You weren't here before." I stumbled over that. "Before when? I just got off work. I walk this way every night, yeah, but we haven't met before." He blinked slowly at me, like he was trying to understand something that kept slipping away. "You walk past," he said. "You look at the fence and then look away. You don't hear me. You don't see me." My mouth went dry. Maybe this kid had seen me before. I don't know. Maybe he lived in one of those houses and watched people walking past. But the way he said it made it sound like he knew my whole routine, like he'd been standing there night after night, waiting for me to finally stop. I took a breath and tried to shake that off. "Okay," I said, my teeth starting to chatter a little from the cold or nerves, I don't know. "Show me where you were with your mom." He turned again and started moving toward the tree. As we walked, I glanced at some of the stones. I knew a few of the names that were closer to the fence, people who had passed through the rehab or had relatives there. As we went deeper, I saw older dates, 1950s, 1930s, and a few so worn I could barely make them out. One stone caught my eye. It had a little ceramic picture embedded in it, one of those old-fashioned portraits. The face was almost rubbed away by time, but I could still see the outline of a small head, maybe a child. Below it, the name and dates were hard to read. I squinted at them, trying to make the letters out, and for a second, I thought I saw my own last name there. My heart skipped. I blinked, leaned closer, but when I focused again, the letters were something else entirely. Daltrey, not Dalton. The dates didn't match anything in my family either. My brain told me it was just the low light, just my eyes playing tricks. I forced myself to look away and catch up to the kid. He was almost at the base of the maple tree. The branches above were bare, black against the sky. The ground there dipped slightly, and several small stones were grouped together like a family. Some had little toys or faded stuffed animals at their base. I slowed as I approached, my shoes making crisp sounds on the gravel that bounced back too sharp. The boy came to a stop in front of one of the smaller markers, then turned to face me. "She was here," he said. "She said we wouldn't be long." He looked down at his hand then, at his wrist, and something in my chest clenched. Until that moment, I hadn't really noticed his hands. Now, in the dim light filtering through the branches and the distant street lamp glow, I saw that there was something tied loosely around his right wrist. A strip of card or paper, maybe, with something written on it. It looked old, damp. I took a step closer before I even realized I was moving. "What's that?" I asked. "Did you get that at the hospital? Are you sick?" He lifted his arm a little, like he was just now remembering it was there. "They put it on when you stay," he said. "It's so they know who you are, but sometimes they get it wrong." The words hit me in a way I can't explain. I thought about the bands we put on residents, the white plastic with names and dates, allergies written in red, I thought about how I'd read those bands 1,000 times, scanning barcodes, checking meds. This was not one of those bands. This was something else. My brain shoved out another explanation. Maybe it was some kind of camp bracelet, some game thing. I knelt without really deciding to, bringing myself level with him. "Can I see it?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He hesitated, and for a second I thought he'd yank his arm away and bolt. Instead, he stretched his hand out toward me. When my fingers closed around his wrist, I think that's when I really knew. His skin was ice, not cold like someone who's been outside for a bit, but cold like metal in winter, the kind of cold that burns. I sucked in a breath. "Kid," I said, "you're freezing. We need to get you inside somewhere. We need to get you warm." My words came out in a rush, fast, panicky. I almost let go right then, but some stubborn part of me held on, thinking if I could just peel that strip off his wrist, I'd see a name, a hospital, something I could use to make this normal again. The strip of card was damp against my fingers. There was writing on it in faded ink. It wasn't crisp lettering. It looked like it had been handwritten a long time ago. I squinted at it, my breath coming fast. The top line was a name. I tried to focus. For a moment, the letters refused to settle, like they were swimming on the surface. Then they snapped into place. It was his name, first and last. I'm not going to say it out loud because I don't like how it feels in my mouth now. Under that, there was a date, not a birth date, a different date, years before I was even born. I stared at that second line, my mind pushing against it, refusing to make sense. It wasn't possible. "No," I said out loud, shaking my head. "No, that's not right. They don't use this kind of tag anymore. This is old." "I got tired," he said, and his voice sounded far away, like it was coming through a wall. "They said I would sleep and then it wouldn't hurt. When I woke up, I was here with the flowers. She said she had to go get something. I waited." My throat closed up. I realized my hand was still gripping his wrist, my fingers digging into that impossible cold. The urge to pull away was almost overwhelming now, but I was afraid if I did, something worse would happen. My eyes flicked from the tag to the stone in front of him. It was small, worn, the letters shallow. I leaned just enough to see what was written on it. The top line was the same name as on the tag. Below that, the same date, the one that made no sense. The air around us felt suddenly thicker, harder to breathe. The smell of damp earth and old flowers pressed in. I became aware of a faint rustling sound, like plastic rattling. But when I looked, the flowers on the other stones weren't moving. The tree branches overhead were still. The sound seemed to be all around us, right at the edge of hearing. "Listen," I said, my voice shaking now. "Listen to me, kid. I don't know what's happening, but you can't be here alone. We need to get you." I didn't know how to finish that sentence. Out, home, to a place that made sense? My brain kept tripping over the dates, the tag, the grave in front of us that matched. He looked up at me, and for the first time, I saw something like fear on his face. But it wasn't fear of being lost. It was like he was afraid of what my reaction would be. "You're going to leave too," he said quietly. "Everyone leaves." Something in me broke at that. "I'm not leaving you," I said too loudly. My voice bounced back off the stones, sounding wrong. "I'm right here. We're getting out of here together, okay? We're going to walk back to the street, and then we're going to figure something out. You don't have to stand here anymore." I tried to stand up, pulling gently on his wrist to get him to move with me. That's when I realized we were not alone. There were no other people around us, no shapes moving between the graves, no flashlights or cars. But I felt it, that certainty of being watched, not from one direction, but from all sides, like the stones themselves had eyes. The air seemed to press against my back, my neck, every spot of exposed skin. The rustling sound grew louder, but still nothing was moving. "We have to go," I said, my voice dropping to a harsh whisper. Now." I tugged on his arm again. This time, he took a step toward me. The contact between us intensified that burning cold, and I almost let go again, but I held tight. As he stepped, his face changed. Not physically, not in some dramatic melting way, just in expression. His eyes widened slightly, like he was realizing something at the same time I was. "You can feel it," he said. "They don't like it when someone holds on." My heart felt like it was trying to climb up into my throat. "Who?" I asked, even though I didn't want the answer. He glanced around us, not at any particular stone, just at the space between them. "Them," he said. The word came out like a breath, almost lost in the heavy air. I swallowed hard. "Okay," I said, my brain now screaming at me to move, move, move. "Hold my hand, all right? Just hold on to me and don't stop, no matter what." I shifted my grip from his wrist to his hand. His fingers were small, and they closed around mine with surprising strength. Every instinct I had told me to let go and run, but I wrapped my hand around his and turned toward the path we'd taken in. The first step was the worst. It felt like slogging through something thick, even though the ground under my feet was just gravel and dirt. My legs felt heavy, like I'd been on them for days. The rustling sound followed us, just at the edge of hearing, like someone shaking plastic flowers right behind my head. I kept my eyes fixed on the break in the fence, where the streetlight outside cast a faint pattern on the ground. I did not look at the stones now. I knew if I started reading names or dates again, I'd freeze. "Just keep walking," I said, more to myself than to him. "We're almost there." My voice was shaking so badly, I barely recognized it. He walked beside me, matching my pace. Still no sound from his steps. Every time my shoe hit the gravel, it was too loud. By the time we were halfway to the gate, my chest was tight, and my eyes were burning. Not from crying, just from trying not to blink, like if I didn't take my eyes off that opening, I'd make it. And then, right when I could see the post clearly, something changed behind us. I didn't hear a voice, not like words. It was more like the shape of a voice, the rise and fall of it without the content, coming from somewhere back near the tree. The tone wasn't angry or kind. It was flat, waiting. The kid's hand tightened around mine. "They're mad," he said. "They don't like when someone leaves." I almost broke then. "I don't care," I snapped, the fear boiling over into anger for a second. "We're not staying. You hear me? We are not staying." The gate was a few steps away now. The chain that usually lay loose between the posts was hanging there, but somehow it seemed higher, heavier. "That doesn't make sense. I know that. Chains don't just get heavier, but it looked different, like it was braced to keep something in instead of just marking an entrance. When we reached it, I hesitated for half a second, then ducked my head and stepped over. For a moment, my foot caught on one of the links, and I imagined falling forward, pulling the kid down with me. Both of us tangled in iron and flowers and grave dirt. I yanked my leg up harder than I needed to and stumbled onto the strip of dead grass outside. As soon as my other foot hit the sidewalk, the air changed. It was like someone had opened a door in a closed room. I could hear distant traffic again, the faint buzz of a transformer on a pole, even a dog barking somewhere down the block. The rustling behind us cut off mid-sound, like someone had pressed pause. I sucked in a huge breath. The air was still cold, but it felt thin again, easy to pull in. For a second, I thought maybe it was all in my head, that I'd had some kind of panic episode in there, that nothing was really wrong. Then I remembered the feel of his wrist under my fingers. That tag. That date. I looked down at him, still holding his hand. He was staring back at the cemetery, his face pale in the streetlight. "We're out," I said, my teeth chattering. "You're out. We're on the street, okay? We're going to somebody's house. We're calling the police or somebody." and we're going to figure out where your mom is." He blinked slowly, like he was trying to adjust to the new air. "They don't like that," he said again, but his voice was softer now. "But you came in, you heard me." I nodded, unable to say anything for a moment. My throat hurt. "Yeah," I managed. "I heard you. I see you." He turned his face up toward me, and in that second, he looked like any other kid. There was this tiny, grateful smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Will you come back?" he asked. The question punched a hole right through me. "No," I said. "Too fast." Then I caught myself. "I mean, I'm not going back in there with you. Not like that. But we're going to get you help now, okay? We're going to get you home." He frowned slightly, like he didn't quite understand what home meant anymore. Before I could try to explain, a car turned onto the road at the far end, headlights sweeping across the fence and across us. In that second of bright light, I saw his face clearly. His skin looked too pale, like someone had turned down the color. There were faint shadows under his eyes, and the strip around his wrist, the one I'd held, looked even more worn, the ink almost gone. The car passed and the darkness settled back in. I realized I was still gripping his hand so tightly my fingers ached. "Come on," I said, pulling gently. "There are houses right there. We'll start with that one." I pointed at the nearest, a small white place with a cracked front step and a porch light that was off. He stared at it like it was a picture in a book. Then he shook his head. "I don't live there," he said. "I don't live anywhere." My vision swam for a second. "Everyone lives somewhere," I said, the words coming out before I could stop them. "You have a mom, she has a house, or an apartment or something. They don't just leave you in a cemetery." He looked back at the fence. "She didn't leave," he said. "She just couldn't stay." Something in the way he said that made my stomach twist. I thought about all the families I'd seen over the years, standing by beds, crying, holding hands, and then leaving because they had to, because the staff told them it was time, or life pulled them back home. Leaving someone in a room instead of a cemetery, but it felt suddenly similar. I swallowed hard and pulled my phone out of my pocket with my free hand. The screen lit up. 3:18 a.m. Only a few minutes had passed, but it felt like hours. My fingers shook as I opened the dialer. "I'm calling 911, I said. "They'll send someone. You can't be out here alone." He watched my thumb hover over the screen. "They won't see me," he said. The words were simple, but they made the hair on my arms rise. "What do you mean they won't see you?" I asked, my thumb freezing. "You're right here." He shook his head slowly. "Sometimes they walk past. Sometimes they drive past. They don't look. You looked." I stood there on the sidewalk, phone in one hand, his ice-cold fingers in the other, and for a second, I didn't know what reality was. I felt like I was standing on a line between two versions of the same night. In one, I was just a tired nurse walking home, about to call the cops on some lost kid. In the other, I was holding the hand of someone who shouldn't be walking this road at all. His tag, that date, the way his steps didn't make sound, the way the air had changed inside the fence. "I'm calling anyway," I said, because I needed something normal to do. I pressed the numbers with a finger that barely felt like mine. Before I could hit the call button, the porch light in one of the houses flicked on. My head snapped up. A man stepped out onto the front stoop, squinting into the dark. "Everything okay out there?" he called, his voice rough with sleep. "You folks all right?" Relief flooded me, sharp and dizzying. "Hey," I shouted back, a little too loud. "Hey, yeah, sorry, there's a kid out here. I think he's lost. I turned to my side, to gesture, to show him the boy I was talking about. My hand was empty. The cold was gone so suddenly, it made my palm almost ache. I looked down, then back up, then spun in a small circle on the sidewalk. The stretch of concrete beside me was bare. The opening in the fence was just an opening. The gravel path beyond it was empty all the way to the tree. There was no kid. What the? I caught myself right before a bad word slipped out. My heart was pounding in my ears. The man on the porch took a step off the stoop, adjusting his flannel robe. "You said a kid?" he asked. "There's nobody there, man. You okay?" I blinked hard, my eyes stinging. "He was right here," I said, my voice cracking. "He was right here. He asked me to help him find his mom. He was by the gate." "You didn't see him?" The guy stopped halfway down his walk, looked at the cemetery, then back at me. "No," he said slowly. "I didn't see anyone but you. You sure you're not just tired? It's late." Something in his tone made me feel small, like a kid who'd woken up from a nightmare and run to the living room. I swallowed, my mouth dry. "I held his hand," I said, more to myself than to him. "He had a tag. It had his name and a date, and it was the same as one of the stones. He said he couldn't find his mom. I took him inside. I shouldn't have. But he asked, and I thought he was real. He was real." My voice was spinning out, getting faster. The man held his hands up a little, like he was calming someone down. Hey, take a breath," he said. "Look, I can call somebody for you if you want. Or you can come in and sit down for a minute. You live around here?" I stared at him. The offer sounded both kind and terrifying. The idea of stepping into a stranger's house right then, under those lights, felt wrong in a different way. I shook my head slowly. "I'm fine," I lied. I think I had a long night. I'm just going to go home. Sorry to wake you." He hesitated, then nodded. "All right, get some rest, man." He turned and walked back toward his door, glancing over his shoulder once more at the cemetery. The porch light clicked off, plunging that side of the street back into gloom. I stood there, feeling like the world had stepped a few inches to the left, and I was the only one who noticed. My phone screen had gone dark. My hand still tingled where I'd held his wrist. I don't know how long I stood there, staring at the empty spot by the gate. Eventually, my body decided to move, even though my brain was still frozen. I turned and walked the rest of the way home on legs that felt rubbery. I do remember one thing from that walk clearly. I didn't look at the cemetery again, not once. I kept my eyes on the cracked sidewalk and the occasional patch of weeds poking through. When I finally got to my apartment building, my hands shook so much that I fumbled my keys twice at the door. Inside, the hallway smelled like cleaning solution. Someone had just mopped. My shoes squeaked on the damp tile. Everything looked too bright after the dark outside. I made it up the stairs, down the hall, into my place, and locked the door behind me with 2 clicks. Then I slid down with my back against the wood and just sat there for a while, jacket still on, breathing like I'd run a marathon. Eventually I got up, turned on the kitchen light, and poured myself a glass of water with hands that didn't feel like mine. The leftover pasta I'd been thinking about before work sat in a plastic container on the counter. The sight of it made my stomach roll. I left it there. I washed my hands at the sink, and that's when I saw it. On the inside of my right wrist, there was a faint mark. A ring, like something had been tied around there for a long time and then taken off. The skin wasn't bruised or cut, just slightly paler where the invisible band had been. My heart stumbled. I ran my thumb over it. There was no texture, no pain, but I could feel something under the skin, like the ghost of pressure. I told myself I was imagining it, that my brain was just stuck on that tag, that cold little hand. I turned off the water, stumbled to my bedroom, and collapsed on the bed without even changing. I didn't sleep much. Every time I felt myself slipping under, I'd jerk awake, certain I could feel small fingers closing around my hand again. The next day, I told myself, I'd go back in daylight. I'd walk past the gate, look at the stones by the tree, find the one with the toys and the faded tag. There had to be some logical explanation, some real kid, some mix-up. I'd bring flowers or something. I don't know what I thought that would fix, but it felt like something I had to do. Daylight makes things smaller, right? That's what I told myself. Daylight shrinks the monsters back into shadows. I never made it there that day. When my alarm went off in the afternoon, my first instinct was to hit snooze and stay in bed. But the idea of going back to work and walking that road again, if I did nothing, weighed heavier than the dread. I forced myself up, went through the motions. Toast, banana, scrubs, check the phone, shoes. Every movement felt like it belonged to someone else. On my way out, I glanced at my wrist. The faint line was still there. I pulled my sleeve down over it. When I stepped into the hallway, my heart picked up. I told myself I'd take the longer route today, the one that looped around past the grocery store. Just for one day, just to give myself time. That's what I told myself. By the time my shift ended again at 3 a.m., I had half convinced myself it had been some kind of waking nightmare, a stress hallucination. They talk about that sometimes in nursing school, about weird things the brain does when you don't sleep enough. I'd made it through the whole night without mentioning it to anyone. I almost started to feel stupid for being so shaken. When I walked out of the rehab that next night, I didn't even look toward the cemetery road. I turned left instead of right, heading toward the main drag with the closed shops and the grocery store sign that flickers. The air wasn't as cold that night. The sky had a few more clouds. I told myself I was making the right call, staying in the light, staying on the busy side. I hadn't gone more than half a block when something made me stop. I don't know what it was, a sound maybe, or the absence of one. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Slowly, like I was moving underwater, I turned my head toward the cross street that leads back to the cemetery road and my building. At the far end, where my apartment complex sits, there's a little patch of grass and a metal bench near the parking lot. People sit there sometimes to smoke or talk on the phone. It's not fancy, just a bench under a dim, buzzing light. That night, there was someone sitting on it, small, shoulders hunched slightly, legs not quite reaching the ground. He was turned away from me, looking toward my building. The light caught on something in his hand, a flower. Even from that distance, I could tell it was wilted, the petals drooping. The stem was thin and dark, like something you'd pick from a grave that hadn't been visited in a long time. I knew before he turned that it was him. Every part of me knew. My body recognized the shape, the angle of his head, the way he sat too still. He turned slowly, like he knew exactly how long it would take for my eyes to focus. Even from the other end of the street, I felt his gaze land on me. The flower hung loosely from his fingers. It looked like it might fall any second, but it didn't. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The distance between us felt both enormous and nothing at all. I couldn't hear traffic, couldn't hear the hum of the streetlights, couldn't hear my own heartbeat, even though my chest felt like it was going to burst. He lifted his free hand slightly, not a wave, not really, just a small motion, like he was reminding me of something. For a second, I thought I could see another faint band around his wrist, darker now, more defined. The porch light on my building flicked on behind him as someone opened the main door and stepped out, fumbling with their keys. They walked right past the bench, close enough that their jacket brushed the end of it. They didn't look at him. They didn't pause. He didn't look at them. His eyes stayed on me. I don't know how long we stood there like that, locked across the dark. At some point, my phone buzzed in my pocket with a message from my sister about Mom again. And the sound made me jump, breaking whatever held me in place. When I looked back up, the bench was empty. The flower, if it had ever been there, was gone. The patch of grass looked ordinary, a little worn from too many feet. The light above it buzzed, then steadied. I turned away and walked, not the long way, not the short way, just moved, every step feeling like I was wading through something thick. I didn't go straight home. I walked past my street, past the grocery store, past the closed diner, just circling until my legs ached and my throat was raw from breathing the cold air. When I finally went back to the building, I couldn't look at the bench. I stared at my feet, at the cracks in the concrete, at the worn metal of the door handle. Inside, I locked my door, then shoved a chair under the knob like that would help. I've changed my route since then. I don't walk past the cemetery anymore. I'll add 20, 30 minutes to my commute if it means I don't have to see that fence. If I'm in a car and we pass a graveyard, I look away, turn the radio up, pretend I'm not counting the rows out of the corner of my eye. I can't go to funerals. I told my family I just can't handle them because of work, that I'm around too much death already. That sounds reasonable to them. They don't know the real reason is I'm afraid of who might be standing at the back of the cemetery or by the gate, waiting for someone who can actually hear him. The mark on my wrist faded after a few days, but sometimes when I wake up in the dark, I can feel that band again, tight and cold around the bone, like something is checking to see if I'm where I'm supposed to be. I don't know what he is. I don't know what they are, the ones that got angry when we walked toward the fence. I don't know why I heard him when other people don't. Maybe because of the job, because I've spent too many nights watching that line between breathing and not breathing. Maybe I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Or maybe he'd been waiting for me all along, counting my footsteps past the fence until the night my guard was low enough and my conscience was heavy enough that I stepped inside. I do know this. He wasn't lying when he said they don't like when someone holds on. I think I took something out with me that wasn't supposed to leave. Or maybe he put something on me, like that tag, some invisible note that says I listened, I helped, I saw. I can't prove any of this. I don't have photos. I don't have recordings. All I have is the memory of cold, so deep it felt like it was in my bones, the sound of gravel too loud under my shoes, and a kid's voice saying, "Can you help me find my mom? You can call me crazy, stressed, sleep-deprived. Call it whatever makes you feel better. But if you ever find yourself walking past a cemetery late at night, and you hear a small voice by the gate asking for help, do yourself a favor. Don't step inside the fence. Don't take that hand, no matter how wrong it feels to walk away. Because once you do, the graves aren't the only ones watching, and some of them don't forget you just because you made it back to the street." The angel statue that screamed at me. My name's Daniel Price. I'm from the west side of Ashford, Ohio. That folks just call the Hollow Road side of town, and I work as a drywall hanger. Right now, I am sitting in my car by the gate of St. Augustine Cemetery, and my hands are shaking so bad the keys keep clicking against each other. And I feel like if I do not say this out loud tonight, I am never going to sleep again. The worst part is, it started like nothing, like a day I have lived 100 times. I rolled out of bed around 7 because my cousin in the next room hit the wall and yelled that I was going to be late again. I remember that stupid detail, the way the plaster dust fell from the crack in the corner. I went into the kitchen, had the same cheap cornflakes I always buy on sale, dumped too much sugar on them because they taste like cardboard otherwise, and drank instant coffee that was already a little burnt because I forgot about the kettle while I checked my phone. I remember standing there in my socks, scrolling, half awake, watching some guy on a video talk about night photography settings, ISO and shutter speed and all that, and I kept telling myself I was going to practice more, like that would ever be more than a side thing. Then I grabbed my gray work shirt off the chair. It still had this smear of dried joint compound on the left pocket from the day before. I rubbed at it with my thumb, thought about changing it, then just sighed and put it on anyway. That smear is still there. I keep looking at it tonight and thinking about how it was on me the whole time. I punched in at the job site at 7:58. I remember, because I checked the time and felt this stupid pride that I was technically early. We are working on this new build-out near the edge of town. One of those houses they all say is going to sell fast once somebody from the city decides they want more yard. It was a normal shift, man. Cut, lift, screw, repeat. Arms burning, shoulders tight. Drywall dust getting into my hair and the crease of my neck. At lunch, I sat in the truck with the door half open, eating a ham and cheese sandwich I made the night before, and I opened that same video again. About long exposures. I kept pausing it and rewinding. When he talked about how you can make statues look sharp against a dark sky if you keep the camera steady enough. That is how my brain is wired, I guess. Work makes my body tired. The camera is what keeps my head from sinking. I know I am not a real photographer, but it is the only thing I have that feels like it belongs to me. A couple weeks before all this, a woman named Lydia from St. Augustine Church had tracked me down through a friend of a friend. She said she heard I took decent pictures and did not charge what professionals charge. She wanted some night photos of the cemetery and the church grounds for their website and some flyer they were planning. Atmospheric, she kept saying, but not spooky. We want people to feel comforted, not afraid. I told her sure, I could do that, and she said they would give me a little envelope with cash and maybe mention my name somewhere. I did a quick walk around the cemetery with her one afternoon. Back then, it was bright and quiet, and she talked a lot about families and tradition and how people loved the angel statues they had added over the years. There are these big carved angels in there, 4 of them that I had counted back then. Wings spread, robes flowing, faces tilted down. In the daylight, they still looked a little dramatic, but they were just stone. I did not feel anything standing in front of them, except that they would probably look cool with the right lighting. That is what I was thinking about when I finished my shift that day. I clocked out around 5, arms aching, dust in my hair, went home, took a quick shower in the bathroom where the fan makes that rattling sound and never clears all the steam. I pulled on clean jeans, dark ones, so if I knelt on the ground, it would not show much, and a black hoodie because I read somewhere that light clothes can reflect weird in glass or polished stone. I checked my camera battery twice, charged a spare just in case, wiped off the lens even though it was already clean, and shoved the tripod into the back seat of my old sedan. Before I left, I opened the fridge, saw nothing but a few leftovers, grabbed a can of cola for later, and then I was out the door. I remember the time on the dashboard when I turned onto the road that skirts the cemetery. It was 8:37. That number has been burned into my brain. Like every time I blink, I see it on that cheap orange display. The sky was full dark by then. No sunset glow left. Just that deep kind of dark we get out here when the clouds roll in and there are more fields than houses. The streetlights on our side of town are not consistent. Some of them work, some flicker, some have been dead for months. There is one half-working light across from the church that makes the parking lot look more gray than lit. The church itself is small, white paint peeling in spots, with one narrow bell tower that feels taller than it is because the land dips away behind it where the graves begin. The cemetery spreads out from the back of the church, wrapped in a black iron fence. From the road, you can see some of the stones and the shapes of the trees, but the angels, you do not really see them until you go in. I pulled into the cracked little lot, parked near the side where there is a patch of broken asphalt with weeds poking through. When I turned off the engine, the radio sussed out mid-song, and the quiet hit me. You do not notice how loud a car is until it is off. The sound of distant traffic faded quick, and all I could hear was the breeze running through the pine trees at the far end and the faint plastic rattle of those fake flowers people leave on graves. For a second, I sat there and just listened, fingers wrapped around the steering wheel, wondering why my chest felt tight. I told myself it was just nerves about messing up the shots. I grabbed my camera, slung it around my neck, popped the trunk for the tripod, and stepped out into the cold air. It was one of those nights where the wind is not strong, but it cuts right through your clothes, and every breath feels a little too sharp in your lungs. The gate to the cemetery was standing open, one side pushed back. It is an iron thing with a squeaky hinge, and the path inside is all crushed gravel. When my boots hit it, the crunch sounded way too loud. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Each step like it was announcing me to whoever might be listening. I told myself that was dumb because nobody was out there. I did a quick walk up the main path, passing the rows of stones, some old and leaning, some newer with shiny polished faces that caught the little bit of light. I saw the first angel off to the left, standing over a family plot. Wings raised, head bowed, both hands folded in front like it was praying. Beyond it, up a little rise, I saw the second one, arms spread like it was reaching. The other two I knew were deeper in, one closer to the back fence, one near the far corner where the hillside starts. From where I was, they were just pale shapes in the dark. I set the tripod up near the gate first, figured I would get some wide shots. I checked my settings, set the timer so I would not shake the camera pressing the button, took a breath, and hit it. The shutter opened with that soft click, stayed open longer than felt natural, and closed. I did that a few times, adjusting, trying to balance the little bit of streetlight with the darkness. It was quiet, except for the wind, and the turn of the camera dials, and the crunch whenever I shifted my weight. After a while, I moved down the path deeper between the graves. I kept trying different angles, some low, some with the church in the background, some focused on the older headstones with the worn names. After about 20 minutes, I decided to start on the angels because I knew that was what Lydia was really paying for. I walked toward the one near the middle of the cemetery, the one I remembered from before. It stands on this square base with a family name carved in big letters on one side and smaller individual names below. The angel's wings go wide enough that from certain angles it looks like it is about to step off. When I got close, I felt this weird little lift in my chest, because through the camera, it really did look good. The contrast of stone against dark, the shadow cutting across its face. I took 3, 4, 5 shots, adjusting between each one. That was when I noticed the smudge. On the screen of my camera, when I zoomed in to check clarity, I saw this faint gray blur over the left side of the frame, like something had moved there just as the shutter closed. I cursed under my breath at myself, thinking maybe my hand had bumped it or the strap had swung in front, and I took a few more, making sure to hold everything steady. Then I moved on. I walked toward the back, where the older section slopes down a little, and the ground is uneven. The second angel I shot is up on a slight rise, with the woods behind it. This one has its head tilted up, like it is looking past you. I set up the tripod again, framed the shot so the trees made a dark wall behind, and took a series. On the third one, I heard it. A soft scrape somewhere to my right, like stone rubbing stone. I froze with my hand still hovering over the camera. The wind had picked up a little, and I told myself it was probably a loose piece of marble or an old vase shifting. But it did not sound like something falling. It sounded like something being dragged slowly. I turned my head, scanned between the rows. Nothing looked different. Just the shapes of graves and the darker shapes of the trees and that faint glow from the church windows behind me. I stood there so long that my legs started to feel stupid, like I was standing in someone's way. Finally, I took 2 more shots and told myself I would check them in the car, where I could think straight. When I looked down at the screen to review them, the battery icon caught my eye. It had dropped faster than I expected. I had started with it nearly full, and now it was already below half. I told myself it was the cold. That can happen, right? Electronics hate the cold. But the number that showed for the last file, name, stuck with me. It ended in 37. When I walked away from the truck, it had been 8:37. That is dumb, I know, but it pinged in my brain like the world was drawing little lines between things I did not want connected. I moved toward the far corner of the cemetery where I knew the back angel stood near the fence. This one is taller than the others, or maybe it is just the way the ground dips around it. But either way, it always looked like the tallest to me. At this point, the lights from the street were barely reaching that far. It felt like I was walking into somewhere the world did not really care about. I set the tripod again, pointed the lens up. Before I hit the shutter, I glanced over my shoulder back toward the middle of the graveyard. That is when I saw it. I swear to you, when I walked away from the middle section, that angel had been behind me, centered over the main path. When I looked back from the far corner, the silhouette of an angel was standing near the front gate instead. Wings outlined against the dim streetlight, head bowed. For a second, I laughed, just a quick nervous sound, because I told myself I was mixing them up. 4 statues, similar shapes, dark night, angle of view, easy mistake. I raised the camera and zoomed in. All the way. The image on the little screen sharpened and I saw the front gate, the fence, a patch of gravel path, and the angel. The same one I had just been shooting in the middle. The one with hands folded in front. Same cracks in the stone wings, same chipped bit on the edge of the robe. It was now at the gate, standing on a base I did not remember being there. The family name I had seen in the middle section, carved at the bottom, clear as anything. My hand felt too tight on the camera. I rubbed my eyes, looked up without the lens, then looked down at the screen again. The angle did not match. That statue was not where I knew it had been. I told myself there had to be another angel with a similar design. Maybe I miscounted before. Maybe there were more than 4. It nagged at me, but I forced myself to turn back to the tall one near the fence and finish. Work first, freak out later. That is what I kept saying in my head. I took a few shots, but every time the shutter closed, I felt like something in the place was holding its breath. When I finally decided I had enough for that section, I checked the time. It was 9:11 now. I remember that too because I stared at the numbers a little too long, like they should mean something they did not. The cold had sunk into my fingers, and my shoulders were getting tight from hauling the tripod around. I thought I would take a quick lap, grab a few last shots of paths and smaller stones, then head back to the car, look through what I had, and maybe come back another night if Lydia wanted more. I walked along the row that runs parallel to the fence, crunching on the gravel, my breath showing in little bursts in front of me. The trees along the back line whispered and rattled, and once in a while, I heard that plastic clicking again from where people had shoved fake flowers into holders. I passed a flat stone with a name that felt familiar, but not in a way I could place. Then another, and another. Somewhere between those stones and the corner where the lower ground meets the hill, I started to feel like I was walking in a loop. The same shape of an obelisk on the right, the same short double stone on the left, the same crack in the ground with a little bit of moss, the same leaning angel far off to the side. I stopped, turned all the way around, and for a second, my brain could not line up what I was seeing. The church should have been behind me and to the left. Instead, it looked farther away, like I had taken more steps than I remembered. The bell tower was just a faint line against the sky, and the front gate that had been in my peripheral vision when I started down that row was nowhere. My heart started to beat faster, and my grip on the tripod tightened until my knuckles ached. I told myself I had just drifted off the main path without noticing. So I turned toward where I thought the center should be, and started walking across the grass, stepping between stones, careful not to step directly on the graves, because old habits from childhood stick even when you feel stupid for them. After maybe a minute, I hit gravel again. The path. Relief hit me so hard I almost laughed. I looked up, expecting to see the church, the gate, something familiar. Instead, I saw her. An angel statue, dead center in the path, about 10 yards ahead. Wings half spread, head tilted slightly down and to the side like it was listening. I swear on everything I have that there is no statue in the middle of that particular path. There never has been. In the daytime, that walkway is clear from the gate all the way to the back. I know because I walked it with Lydia, and she made a comment about funerals using that route. But there it was, tall and solid and absolutely blocking the way. For a second, I just stood there and stared, the way you do when you see a car where a car should not be. My brain kept throwing out explanations and knocking them down. Maybe there were more statues than I thought. Maybe this was a different path. Maybe I was tired. Maybe this was all just my nerves. I lifted the camera slowly, more out of habit than anything, and took a picture. The shutter opened, closed. I lowered the camera and looked with my eyes again. The statue seemed closer. Not a lot, just a half step, like somebody had dragged the base forward while I blinked. I felt this wave of heat under the cold, like my body did not know whether to shiver or sweat. I flipped through the images quickly to find the last one. When I opened it, my stomach turned. The photo showed the path, the angel, the stones around it. Same framing, but the distance was different. In the shot, the statue was further back than what I saw when I lifted my eyes, and its head was tilted a little more to the side, like it had turned to listen harder to something behind me. I did not want to turn around. I cannot explain that part very well. It was like there was a pressure at my back, like the air had thickened, and I knew if I looked over my shoulder, I would see another one of those stone faces, closer than it should be. So I stared straight ahead. My breathing was loud in my ears. The battery icon on the camera flashed red for a second, then steadied at 1 bar. I swallowed hard, tasted metal and the last of the coffee from earlier. "Just walk," I muttered under my breath. Another one of those stupid habits. Just walk toward the church, get to the gate, get to the car. I stepped forward. The crunch of gravel under my boot sounded wrong, too sharp, like it was being played back through a speaker. I took another step. The statue did not move. It stayed planted there in the path. Up close, I could see more details. The stone looked smoother than the others I had seen that afternoon with Lydia, like it had been cleaned or was newer. There were faint streaks down the cheeks that could have been rain stains. The mouth was closed, just a small line. The hands were held out, palms up, as if waiting for something to be placed in them. The base had a name and dates, but I could not make myself read them. My eyes kept sliding off the letters, like they were written in a language I had not learned. I eased around it, staying as far to the side as I could without stepping on a grave. I kept my body angled so I could see it out of the corner of my eye. If it moved, I wanted to know. It did not move. But the air around it felt colder than the rest of the cemetery, and not in the way shade does. My fingers stiffened on the tripod, and my cheeks felt like they were burning and freezing at the same time. When I was finally past it, I almost bolted. But some part of me was too scared that running would make whatever this was pay more attention. So I forced myself to walk, one step after another, counting them in my head to keep from thinking about anything else. 7 steps. 8. 9. At 10, I stopped counting because I saw the church again, closer now, lights glowing faint through the frosted glass windows. Relief came back in a rush, and I laughed out loud this time. A shaky, too high sound that did not feel like it came from me. I reached a hand out to steady myself on the nearest headstone. Felt the cold bite of granite under my palm. When I looked down at the stone to see whose name I was leaning on, my stomach dropped. It was my last name, Price. The first name was not mine, but the last name was, and the dates made no sense. The death year was a year that had not happened yet. I yanked my hand back like the stone had burned me. "No," I said out loud, because that was all I could think to say. "No, that is just, they are not related. There are other Prices in the world." I stepped back, glanced to the left, and the next stone over had a name I recognized too. Not family this time. It was the name of a guy I went to school with, but the dates were wrong. He was very much alive as far as I knew, posting about his kids and his new truck on social media. Yet here was his name carved in stone with a dash and a number that had not come yet. I felt the world tilt under my feet. I squeezed my eyes shut, counted to 3, and opened them again. The stones had normal names again, completely different. None of them were mine. None of them were anybody I knew. I backed away, heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. That was when my phone buzzed in my pocket. The normal sound, the little vibration against my leg, did not fit with anything that was happening in my head. I grabbed at it because it was something familiar. The screen lit my face, and for a second, the bright light made everything else go black around it. It was a text from Lydia. "Everything okay out there?" it said. The alarm said the gate opened earlier. Just checking. I stared at the message, and my fingers shook so much I hit the wrong letters twice before I managed to type back. "Yeah, all good, just taking pics." When I hit send, the time on the screen said 9:11, but I had already seen 9:11 on my dashboard earlier. I could not make that add up. It felt like I had been out there for at least an hour, maybe more. My shoulders ached, my toes were numb, my throat was dry. There was no way only a little time had passed. A gust of wind hit then, strong enough to make the branches overhead creak. Something plastic rattled hard, then stilled. From somewhere behind me, farther into the cemetery, I heard that scraping sound again. Stone on stone, slow and careful. I did not want to look. I told myself it was just in my head, but my body turned on its own, like the muscles in my neck and shoulders had their own plan. Down one of the side paths, lined with small markers, I saw another angel. This one was not one I recognized at all. Its wings were folded tighter, its hands were crossed over its chest, and its head was tilted down in a way that made the shadow hide its face completely. Its base was bare. No name, no dates, just a blank slab of stone under it. "There are only 4, I said under my breath, like I was arguing with somebody. "There are only 4, I counted 4. I lifted my camera again, because some part of me thought that if I could capture it, if it looked normal in the photo, then all of this would snap back into something I could explain. I framed it, hit the shutter. The camera clicked, and then the screen went black. The battery died right then, not with a slow fade, just straight to dead. I hit the power button. Nothing. I pressed it again, harder, even though I knew that would not do anything. Nothing. I was suddenly standing in the middle of a cemetery at night, with no camera, no working light except my phone, and too many angels. My skin crawled. I shoved the camera into my bag, grip too rough, and pulled my phone out again. The flashlight on it looked like a toy, but I turned it on and pointed it down at the path in front of me. The beam lit up a narrow cone of gravel, and everything outside that cone felt like it was leaning in. I headed for the gate, or at least I tried to. That is when the sound started. At first it was faint, like someone dragging a fingertip along the edge of a glass. A high, thin note that did not belong to any normal thing in that place. It came from somewhere ahead, past where the light reached. I slowed without meaning to, my boots crunching softer now because I was trying not to make noise. The note climbed higher, a little louder, like it was turning into a voice that had not decided on words yet. The beam of my phone shook. I tightened my grip until my hand hurt. "No," I said again, because that was the only word that kept coming. "No, no, no." The sound peaked, thin and sharp, and then cut off all at once, leaving the night even more silent. In that silence, I realized I could no longer hear the plastic flowers at all. The trees had stopped moving. Even the distant hum of the road seemed gone. I took another step, then another, until the beam of my light finally touched stone. It found the base of an angel, close, too close, filling the frame of the cone like it had been waiting for me to shine a light on it. I jerked the phone up, the beam climbing the stone. It ran over the carved folds of a robe, up the curve of a chest, up the hollow of a throat, and then hit the face. The angel's mouth was open, not a little bit, wide. The stone lips pulled back, corners stretched. The jaw dropped further than any normal statue's carving should go. The inside was not smooth. It was ridged, lined with tiny chisel marks that made it look like a throat that had been scraped raw. For a second, nothing happened. It was just me and that mouth and the little circle of light. Then the sound came back all at once. A scream, high and piercing and wrong. It did not sound like a person, but it also did not sound like any tool or alarm or thing I could name. It went straight into my skull, made the back of my eyes hurt, made my teeth ache. My knees nearly buckled. I clapped my free hand over my ear, but it did not help. The sound was not coming through the air. It felt like it was coming straight from the stone into my bones. The phone almost slipped from my fingers. But somehow I held on to it. The light shook with my hand, making the angel's open mouth flicker in and out of shadow. For a second, I thought I saw something inside that throat, something darker than the rest, like a tunnel that went back farther than stone had any right to. I could not breathe. All the air in my chest was just gone. My legs moved on their own. I stumbled backward, tripped over the edge of a grave marker, hit my shoulder on another stone hard enough to send a jolt down my arm. The scream climbed higher, like it was trying to split itself into different notes and could not decide. Then, as my back hit the ground and my phone finally slipped out of my grasp, the sound cut off. Just like that, silence slammed down hard. My ears rang. Spots of light danced in my vision. I sucked in a breath that tasted like dust and cold and something like metal. It took everything in me to roll onto my side, scramble for the phone. My fingers found it, slick with my own sweat. I grabbed it, thumb mashed the flashlight icon again, and the beam flared back to life. It lit up grass, then gravel, then empty air. The space in front of me was clear. No statue, no base. The path ran straight to the gate, just like it always had. I did not want to believe that. I crawled forward on my hands and knees, shining the light left and right. The nearest angel was way off to the side, exactly where it was supposed to be from the daytime walk with Lydia. Its mouth was closed, lips in a calm line. Its hands were folded neatly. I pushed myself to my feet, legs shaking, and walked in a straight line to the gate without stopping. I did not dare look back again. When I reached the car and yanked the door open, my hands were shaking so hard I almost dropped the keys. I fell into the driver's seat, slammed the door shut, and hit the lock button 3 times, even though once would have been enough. For a minute, I just sat there, heart pounding, breath coming in quick little bursts. Then I remembered the camera. Part of me wanted to throw it in the trunk and never touch it again. But another part, the same stupid part that made me come out there in the first place, needed to see if what I heard and what I saw had left any trace. I turned the car key just enough to get power to the charger port, plugged the camera into the cheap adapter I keep there, and waited. After a few seconds, the little light blinked and I hit the power button. The screen came to life with a faint glow. I flipped through the pictures with my thumb, fast at first, then slower. The early ones from near the gate looked fine. The angles were good, the exposure decent. Then I got to the middle path shots, the ones where I had thought the statue was too close. In the first, the angel was at a distance, hands folded, mouth closed. In the next, it did look a bit closer, but I told myself that could be the zoom. In the third, something was off. The head was angled just a little differently, chin raised like it was listening. I moved to the shot I had taken just before the battery died. When the image loaded, I had to clamp my free hand over my mouth to choke back a sound. The frame was mostly filled with stone. The angle matched where my light had hit when I lifted the phone flashlight later. The angel's face was centered. Its eyes were carved, pupils drilled deep, and its mouth was open, wide, the way I had seen it in the beam of my phone. Only in the picture, it was even worse. The stone around the lips looked cracked, like it had been forced open, and there were fine white lines running down the chin, as if flakes of stone had fallen from the strain. Inside the open mouth, the darkness went back too far. It was not just shadow, it looked like a tunnel, ragged around the edges, like something had bored through the stone and kept going. There was motion blur around the edges of the statue, even though the shutter speed should have frozen everything. The grain of the photo looked wrong, like the pixels did not know what they were supposed to be. My ears started ringing again. I could swear I felt that scream vibrating through my hands just looking at the image. I flipped to the next file. The screen showed static, just digital garbage in gray and black. The next one after that was completely blank, just a black square with a file number and nothing else. I do not remember powering the camera off. 1 second, I was staring at that black image. The next, I was throwing the camera onto the passenger seat, like it had bitten me. I sat there in the dark, the engine still off, the only light coming from my phone on the console. Another text buzzed through. Lydia again. "If you are still there, make sure the gate is closed when you leave," she wrote. The sensor went a little weird earlier. I did not answer her. I could not think of anything that would not sound insane or rude. I just started the car, hands trembling on the key, and pulled out of that lot so fast the tires crunched over the edge of the asphalt. As I drove past the fence, I made the mistake of looking out the side window. In the rearview mirror too, by reflex. In the mirror, I saw the row of trees, the fence, the tops of the headstones. For a split second before I turned, I thought I saw one of the angels standing right at the inner side of the fence, wings folded tight, head turned toward the road like it was watching every car that went by. I snapped my eyes back to the road, turned the radio up louder than I needed to, some old rock song blasting, just to drown out any trace of that scream that might still be in my ears. I told myself it was over. I told myself that once I got home, once I slept, it would fade into one of those stories you tell yourself was just your imagination. That is what I thought. It has not gone away. That was 3 weeks ago. I tried to go back to normal. I went to work, hung drywall, joked with the guys, nodded at my foreman, ate the same cheap cereal in the morning. I did not talk about it. Every time I thought about telling someone, my tongue felt heavy in my mouth. I opened the camera files on my old laptop the next night, hoping somehow the bigger screen would make everything look more ordinary. The early shots were still fine. But when I clicked on the one with the open mouth, the laptop speakers let out this high, thin whine for a second, like feedback, even though there was no audio with the picture. The image loaded in pieces, and for a heartbeat, the angel's face looked like it was moving, shifting, trying to find me through the screen. I slammed the laptop shut so hard I cracked one of the corners. The next morning, when I tried to open the file again, it was corrupted. Just an error message. I should have felt relieved, but it made everything worse, like the proof was being eaten away from the inside. Since that night, I cannot pass a cemetery the same way. On the drive to one of our job sites, there is this little family plot right off the highway, maybe 10 stones max behind a short fence. I used to not even notice it. Now, when we go by, I feel my chest tight and my fingers dig into the seat. I have started taking the longer route, even when I am not the one driving, making excuses, saying there is construction or a speed trap. When I do have to pass by, I turn the radio up high and stare straight ahead. I do not look at the stones. I do not look at the statues. I went to the grocery store last week and there was this little display near the greeting cards, with ceramic angels for grave decorations. I turned the corner and saw them all lined up on the shelf, wings out, heads bowed, and felt my knees go weak. One of them had its mouth open in this little O shape, like it was supposed to be singing. I could not go down that aisle. I just left my cart where it was and walked out of the store with nothing. My aunt asked me why I have not visited my grandfather's grave in a while. I told her I have been busy with work, that my back hurts after long days, that I will go next Sunday. I am not going back there. Not now. Not while they still have those carved figures standing guard over the rows. I tried to delete all the photos from that night. I selected the whole folder and hit delete and emptied the recycle bin. The laptop whirred, the drive clicked, and it seemed like it worked. The next day, my desktop background was different. I do not remember changing it. It used to be a picture of the lake near here, one of the few shots I actually liked. Now it was just black. In the center, faint like a watermark, there was the outline of wings. Not sharp enough to be sure, but once I saw it, I could not unsee it. I changed the background back to something else 5 times. Every time, after the screen went to sleep and came back, the faint shape was still there under whatever image I picked. I finally just turned the laptop face down and left it that way on my desk. The camera, I shoved it into a drawer under my socks. I thought about selling it, but the idea of someone else pointing it at a cemetery made my stomach churn. I do not take pictures anymore, not of anything. The last straw was 2 days ago. I finished a long day on a renovation job and was driving home a different way than usual because a truck had jackknifed on the main road. The detour took me past another church, one I had never really noticed before, with a small graveyard tucked behind it. I did not even see the stones at first. I only saw the bell tower and the brick wall. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I caught the shape of something pale among the dark shapes of the trees. I forced myself not to look. I stared at the road, knuckles white on the steering wheel. But my brain registered the angle of wings, the curve of a face. All night after that, every time I closed my eyes, I saw that open stone mouth again, and I heard that scream, not loud like before. Faint now, but always there, like a high note just at the edge of hearing. That is why I am here, in this car, by the same cemetery where it started. I told myself I would drive past, that is all. Just past. But my hands turned the wheel on their own, and now I am parked by the gate again, engine idling, headlights off. I have not gotten out. I will not get out. The gate is closed tonight, I can see that. The iron bars are shut, and the chain is looped around the latch, hanging loose but there, like they remembered to care. I can see the tops of the angel statues just over the line of the fence, pale shapes against the darker sky. They look still. They look exactly the way stone should look. But every few minutes, I catch the sense that one of them is turned a little more toward me than it was before. Maybe it is just the way the shadows shift when a car goes by in the distance. Maybe it is just my brain, cracked a little from that scream. I am telling you this because I do not know what else to do with it. I do not talk about it at work. I do not tell my family. I cannot go back in there, and I cannot pretend it was just imagination anymore. I know what I heard. I know what I saw on that camera screen before the file died. Something in that place watched me through stone eyes and opened a mouth that was never carved to open. It screamed into me like it wanted to hollow something out and make room. And now I cannot be near any place that holds the dead without feeling like there is another statue waiting just outside my line of sight, head tilted, listening. If I see wings out of the corner of my eye now, even in a store or on some picture on the wall, I flinch. I sleep with the blinds shut tight because I am scared I will wake up at 3 a.m. and see a stone face looking in, mouth open, sound pouring out that nobody else can hear. I used to drive past cemeteries without thinking. Now I change my routes, add 10, 15 minutes to every trip just to avoid even seeing headstones at a distance. When somebody mentions a funeral, my whole body goes cold. I have not stepped onto burial ground since that night, and I do not think I ever will again. If you see me pulling up to a place like that now, if you see my car parked by a gate at 3 a.m. with the lights off, like tonight, it is not because I am brave or because I am chasing anything. It is because I am stuck. Because once you hear stones scream, once you see an angel move when your back is turned, the world is never just stone and grass and names on markers again. It is all waiting, and I'm just trying to keep to the roads where they cannot quite reach me. The Lantern Woman of Hilltop Cemetery. My name's Tyler Green. I'm from Hayden Ridge, West Virginia, and I work as a stock boy at the Save More out on Route 8, the one with the automatic doors that grab your sleeve when you walk in. If you are not paying attention, and before you think this is some made-up thing or one of those fake stories people pass around online, listen to me, because I am talking into a cracked phone screen right now with my car parked by the cemetery gate and the battery light blinking, and my hands will not stop shaking, and I am just going to say it all in the order I can remember it, even if it sounds stupid at first. It started on a day that did not deserve to go bad. That is what keeps looping in my head. There was nothing special about it. I woke up late because the stupid charger was halfway out of the wall again, so my phone only had like 15% battery, and the alarm was this thin little sound that somehow still dragged me out of bed. My room smelled like old laundry and the cold fries from the bag I left on my desk. I remember that. I swung my legs out of bed and stepped on a grocery receipt, and it stuck to my foot. It was from Save More, the one where I work, and the top line said 2 liters of orange soda, and I could picture the lady who bought it, the one who always argues about coupons. That is how normal it started. I went to the kitchen and poured myself a bowl of off-brand cornflakes, and they tasted like cardboard until I dumped sugar on top. The bowl had a chip on the rim shaped like a little crescent, and I kept rotating it so the chip was on the far side. I was wearing an old white t-shirt that had a faint yellow stain near the collar from when I spilled egg last month and never got it out. I checked the time on my phone. It said 1:47 in the afternoon. I screen grabbed it for no reason. Thumb just did it on reflex. And that screenshot is still in my photos with nothing special about it. My shift was supposed to start at 3. I pulled on my navy Save More polo, the one that already had a brown coffee mark near the bottom that I always tell myself I will bleach, and I put on my jeans with the frayed cuffs from dragging against my work boots. My boots were still a little damp from the rain the night before. I laced them up and my fingers felt stiff, but not in a way that meant anything then. Mom was at the table paying bills, radio low, some country song about trucks and heartbreak. And she said, "You closing tonight, Ty?" And I said, "Yeah, 10 o'clock. And she said, "Then no staying out late with those fools after." And I just muttered sure and grabbed my keys. It was that kind of sky where everything is washed out gray, not dark, not bright, just flat. The air had that damp feel, like you can smell water even when it is not raining. I walked out, the screen door squeaking like always, and the neighbor's dog barked twice and then stopped. There is nothing in any of that that should have meant what came later. Work was the same as always. I clocked in at 2:58, according to the little punch screen. My manager nodded at me from inside the office where he always pretends to be busy. And I spent the next few hours cutting open boxes and stocking cans and trying not to slice my fingers on the cardboard. I did nick my thumb once around 5, just a thin red line along the pad, and I slapped a tiny beige bandage on it from the first aid kit in the back room. It did not stick right, and the corner kept peeling up, and I kept pressing it down with the side of my index finger. I had a microwave burrito on my break, one of those sad ones from the freezer aisle that we get a discount on, and the outside was hot, but the middle was still cold and gummy. and I remember making a face and eating it anyway because I was hungry. If you asked me what the last normal thing was before all of this, it is that burrito, that cold bean taste I can still bring up just by thinking about working late. After 10, the store gets quiet. The families go home. Only the weird late people come in. The guy who only buys milk and lottery tickets. The woman who always smells like cigarettes and perfume and never makes eye contact. I was fronting shelves, pulling the cereal boxes forward so no empty spaces showed, and my back hurt, and my thumb throbbed under the bandage, and I kept checking the clock because at 10, we lock the doors and only let people out, no one in. At 10:03, the last customer left. At 10:07, my manager said, "Go ahead and head out, I got the rest," which is his way of saying he wants to stand around and talk to the cashier girl without a teenager listening. I did not argue. I went to the tiny break room, grabbed my backpack, checked my phone. It said 10:11 and my battery was at 21%. The group chat had blown up. Milo had sent a picture of his sneakers up on the rail of the old playground down by the river. Jenna sent a selfie making a face, the swings behind her. They were already out. There were messages like, "Where you at and you better not bail," and then one that made my stomach twist a little, even though I pretended it didn't. It was a picture of the Hilltop Cemetery gate, taken from outside, the arch that says Hilltop Cemetery in rusted letters like a spine over the bars, and 3 words under it from Milo. Old friends tonight. Hilltop Cemetery is up on a ridge behind town, the kind of place you forget is there until you drive past it. The road that runs along the front of it is narrow and cracked, with a thin guardrail on the opposite side where the hill drops down into trees. The fence is that black iron with spear points on top, but a lot of them are bent. The graves start just a few feet in, no space between the road and the dead. When we were kids, we would dare each other to touch the fence and run, like the metal itself would grab us. Now that we are older, the dares just moved inside. I left the store, the automatic doors catching the edge of my shirt like always, and the parking lot lights hummed and threw these pale circles on the cracked asphalt. My car was parked under one of the flickering ones. It is an old silver sedan my uncle sold me cheap. The driver's side door sticks a little when you pull it, and the inside smells like old fast food and vanilla air freshener. I got in, shut the door, and the whole chassis shuddered a little. When I turned the key, the engine coughed twice before catching, and the battery light flashed on for a second before going off. The radio came to life halfway through a song and then cut to static and then back. It has been doing that for months. I tell myself I will fix it when I have money. I pulled out of the lot and up onto Route 8. To go to the playground, I would have gone left. To go to Hilltop, you turn right, then swing around behind town and up the ridge. My hands turned the wheel right before I really decided anything. I told myself I was just going to mess with them and then go home. On the climb up the hill, the streetlights get farther apart. Houses thin out. Trees crowd in on both sides. The radio flickered in and out. Words swallowed mid-sentence. Static rushing in like wind. I slapped the side of the console once. Not hard, just habit. When I came around the last bend, the cemetery was there on the left. Fence running along the road. Headstones inside like crooked teeth in the glow of my headlights. The gate is near a single bent streetlight that always buzzes and throws out this sick yellow light. I ease the car onto the gravel patch beside it, where people park when they go up there. 2 other cars were already there, both at odd angles. Milo's beat-up Civic, Jenna's little hatchback. Seeing their cars made it feel less creepy for a second. I cut the engine. The sudden quiet, after the rattling motor and the broken radio, landed heavier than I expected. The dash clock froze at 10:24. The battery light flashed on again, just for a heartbeat, and then went off. I told myself not to worry about it. I checked my phone. 10:25, 19% battery. New messages. Hurry up, Ty. Bring your light. Bet you won't last 5 minutes. I turned on the phone flashlight. The cracks across my screen from where I dropped it on the Save More loading dock scattered the light into little spiderweb bursts. I opened the door, and the night air slipped in, colder than it had any right to be. It smelled like wet leaves and something else, something sweet and stale, like old fake flowers that have sat too long in rain and sun. Gravel crunched under my boots, loud enough to feel rude. I shut the door and it clicked too loudly. For a second, I just stood there by the car, holding the phone up, letting the light jump across the iron bars of the gate. The letters of the arch clawed shadows down the gravel. I heard them before I saw them. First, it was just feet hitting ground inside, quick, messy footsteps, more than one person. And then laughter, not deep adult laughter, high, sharp teenager sounds. I stepped closer to the gate and called out, not very loud, "Hey, I am here, shut up," and somebody shouted back from up the hill, near the big tree, "Hurry up, slowpoke." It sounded like Milo. It echoed weird though, like the words bounced off something soft and came back wrong. One side of the gate is always left unlatched. People still come up during the day to leave plastic wreaths and those little spinning wheels that catch the wind. I pushed on that side and it scraped against the gravel, metal against stone. Tired but not dramatic. Just a sound that said, this has been done 1,000 times. I stepped inside and something in my chest tightened. It was like the air crossed an invisible line. On the road side of the fence, the night had been cool and damp. Inside, it felt thinner and colder and a little heavier all at once. I know that sounds dumb. I am telling you how it felt. The path up the hill is just worn dirt between the graves, darker strip in the patchy grass. Stones lean in on both sides, some barely taller than my knee, and some shoulder high. Old, pitted, the words worn down to almost nothing. There is a veteran section on the right, not far from the gate, rows of short white markers with little flags stuck in the ground. As I passed it, my light flashed on them and I saw the flags hanging almost still. The air around me was moving enough to brush the hair on my arms. Those little flags should have been twitching. They just sagged there. One of them turned sideways like it was listening. I told myself they were jammed in hard or wet or something. I kept walking. Up ahead, around the thick trunk of the big tree that stands in the middle of the graveyard, like it has been there since before any of the stones, I saw phones flashing. Little bursts of white and bluish light cutting across stone and bark. I heard Jenna's voice, clear and annoyed, saying something like, "If you make me do it again, I am leaving," and Milo saying, "Come on," we all agreed. And another voice, maybe Logan's, saying, "Ty can do it. He owes us." By the time I reached them, my heart had settled down a little. Seeing them standing there in their hoodies and jeans, shoes planted on the bumpy ground, made it all look smaller. Just a bunch of kids in a graveyard, nothing more. They were clustered around one of the oldest stones, a tall, thin slab that leans forward like it is trying to hear whatever you whisper. The writing on it is faded so much you can only make out parts. There is a name that starts with an H and a date that starts with 17. That is the one everyone talks about. The oldest grave, the Dare Stone. When we were freshmen, we came up here in a big group and each slapped it and ran. Nothing happened, just stories. This time, they wanted more. Milo grinned at me, his hood up, his cheeks a little red from the cold, and said, "You are late, man, so you gotta do the full minute. Both hands on, no letting go." Jenna shook her head and tucked her hands into her sleeves, saying, "I already did it. My fingers still feel weird. Your turn." And she would not meet my eyes when she said it, which I noticed but pushed away. I could have said no. That is what gets to me. I could have said, "I am tired. I am going home." Instead, I stepped up to the stone. Up close, it smelled stronger. Damp stone, wet dirt, and that sweet, rotten scent of plastic flowers that have faded and cracked, and maybe some real flowers that died years ago and melted into the ground. I lifted my hands and put them flat on the front of the stone. It was cold, not just cool, but colder than the air, colder than the metal of the fence had been, like it had been sitting in ice water. The rough parts pressed into my skin, and the smoother parts felt almost greasy, though they were dry. Milo started counting out loud. 1, 2, 3, in this big, stupid voice. I rolled my eyes and said, "You know I can just lie about it." And he said, "No cheating, both hands, man, all the way." And Jenna said, "Watch his face." And Logan laughed. I sighed and spread my fingers wider. Both palms pressed to that stone like I was trying to hold it steady. The bandage on my thumb caught on a tiny, sharp edge and pulled. I felt a little sting and knew without looking that the bandage had peeled back. Their lights were all on me and the stone, beams crossing and making weird, double shadows on my arms. For the first 10 seconds, if it was even 10, everything was normal. The ground under my boots was uneven. My left ankle hurt from where I had twisted it at work the week before lifting a box wrong. The wind moved through the branches overhead, and a piece of dead leaf brushed my cheek. I thought, "This is dumb, you are fine." Then Milo's counting slowed down, like something else had grabbed his attention, and the air around us changed without making a sound. He went from 18 to 19 and then paused too long before 20. Jenna stopped saying anything. The only noise was plastic flowers rattling somewhere, and that faint, distant buzz of the streetlight by the gate. I was suddenly aware of how far we were from the cars. Not miles, obviously, but far enough that I could not see them from where I stood, just darkness down the slope. My neck felt hot. I turned my head a little, just enough to look over my shoulder, hands still on the stone. That is when I saw the other light. It was not a car. It was not a flashlight. It was lower and softer and wrong. Down near the gate, among the first few rows of stones, there was a glow moving between them. It was the color of candlelight, that deep yellow with a bit of orange at the edges, and it wobbled like a flame. But it did not throw light the way a flame should. The stones nearest it did not really brighten. It was like the glow sat on top of the dark instead of pushing it away. It was thin and tall, not a round beam, more like a stretched teardrop of light. Milo went completely quiet. My mouth went dry. I felt the stone under my palms go even colder, like the chill was leaching up into my arms. Nobody said anything for a second. Then Logan tried to laugh, too loud, and said, "Somebody else came up." And Jenna said, "I did not hear a car," and her voice tripped on the words. I swallowed and said, "Is that one of you messing with me?" But I already knew it was not. The glow slid between two stones, and for a second, I saw it clearly. It was a lantern, an old one, the kind with a metal frame and glass panels, and a handle that curves over the top. It hung in the air about as high as someone's chest, swaying a little, like from a hand. But at that distance, I could not see who was holding it. I should have seen a shape, a shadow, something. There was only the light. The road noise from down below, which had been a steady low rush, thinned out until it was just a whisper. No cars passed. The buzzing from the streetlight by the gate seemed to fade into the ground. The only clear sound was my own breathing and the faint rattle of those plastic flowers. Milo said, "Okay, joke is over," which was a weird thing to say because none of us had done anything. Jenna whispered something I could not catch. The lantern moved again, closer. I did not see it cross the space. Not really. 1 second, it was by the first row of stones near the gate. The next second, it was 3 rows in. Without that in-between glide you expect when someone walks. It was like my eyes blinked without my permission, and in the instant of darkness, it closed a big chunk of distance. My palms felt stuck to the stone. I could have pulled them away. I know I could have. Nobody was holding me there. But it felt like if I let go too soon, something bad would notice. Milo said, "Dude, what is that?" And his voice had this tight, high edge I had never heard from him before. I realized none of their lights were on anymore. I mean, they were still holding their phones, but the beams were pointed down or away. The only real light in the whole cemetery now was that lantern glow and a little smear from the streetlight. The lantern slid forward again. Closer. My heart hit harder in my chest. I blinked on purpose, testing it. In that split second where my eyelids came down and opened again, the lantern jumped closer, like it had moved 10 feet in no time. I thought, no, that is impossible, and did it again. Blink, closer. Now I could see a shape around it, sort of. Not clear. It was like the dark was thicker around the lantern, outlining someone standing there, but not filling them in right. There was a suggestion of a long coat or dress, something that fell straight down and maybe hair, but it was all more absence than presence. My brain insisted, woman, old, before I could stop it, not because I saw wrinkles or a face, but because of the way the lantern hung. Low and careful, like someone cradling it who has done that 1,000 times. The light did not spill the way it should. The ground right below it was no brighter than the ground by my boots. It was like the light was trapped inside the glass, painting the inside walls and not really escaping. My hands hurt from pressing on the stone. I could feel my heartbeat in my fingers. I said, "Do you guys see that?" And Jenna said, "Yes," in this tiny voice, and Milo said, "Stop blinking, man. You are making it closer." Like I was doing it on purpose. The lantern was halfway up the hill now, between us and the gate, and the space behind it, where the town lights should have been, looked wrong. The distant glow from houses and street lamps, the soft smear that always sits on the horizon at night, was dimmer. Like someone had turned the volume down on the whole world. I realized I could no longer hear the dog that always barks in the valley near the hollow. I could not hear anything alive. I focused on the lantern, trying not to blink. But your eyes are not meant to stay open that long. They burn. They tear up. Minutes or seconds, I do not know. But at some point my eyes stung and watered, and I had to close them against my will. When I opened them, the lantern was so close I could see the metalwork on the sides. It was rusted and pitted, the glass cloudy. The handle arched up into empty air. Behind it, in that thick shape of not quite shadow, something like a face hovered. The idea of a face, pale and long. I could not see features, just places where they might be. My legs wanted to run. My hands would not leave the stone. I felt cold creep up my arms like water, slow and heavy. Milo whispered, "I think she is looking at you," and I wanted to tell him to shut up, but my tongue felt heavy. The lantern slid forward, one more time without walking. Now it was at the edge of the path, maybe 6 or 7 feet away, and the glow finally touched my shirt, painting a weak yellow on the navy fabric without making it brighter. I forced myself to look at the glass. This is the part I cannot explain in any way that sounds normal. There was no flame inside. I know what fire looks like behind glass, even dim fire. There was nothing like that. Inside the lantern, there was something black. Not just dark, not just shadow, but black in a way that made everything around it look faded. It moved. It was like watching smoke blown backward into a bottle, thick and restless, except it did not rise or fall. It swirled slow, like it had all the time in the world, curling against the glass without touching it. Looking at it made my teeth hurt. It made my throat tighten. The blackness felt deep. Like if the glass broke, it would not spill out. It would open. I wanted to look away, but my eyes stuck. Somewhere behind me, Jenna made a small choking sound. Logan said something like, "I am leaving, I am leaving." But I did not hear footsteps. I did not hear anyone move. I realized I could not hear the plastic flowers anymore either. The whole cemetery was holding its breath. The lantern rose a little, like a hand had lifted it. The shape around it did not get clearer. It stayed that weird absence with maybe a long coat. The idea of a head tilted, just a bit. It felt like she was deciding something. My skin crawled from my shoulders to my ankles. My palms went numb. I thought, if she comes any closer, I am going to pass out. I blinked. I did not mean to, but I did. In that flash of darkness, she stepped to the side without stepping. And suddenly, she was no longer blocking the path between us and the gate. She was off to the left, between two stones, the lantern raised higher. I felt this urge to walk forward, like someone had pushed my back. Instead, without really choosing to, I ripped my hands off the stone. It felt like peeling tape off skin, like the cold had glued me there. Heat rushed back into my fingers and they burned. Without turning my back on the lantern, I stumbled backwards, tripped on the uneven ground, and nearly went down. Milo grabbed my elbow hard enough to bruise and hissed, "Do not run, do not run." And I said, "Why not?" And he just shook his head. Jenna was crying, tears shining in what little light there was, her phone hanging useless at her side. Logan was pale and sweaty, eyes wide. None of us wanted to move. The lantern woman, I do not know what else to call her, stood between those stones and held that thing up like she was showing it to us. The black inside kept rolling. I had the strongest feeling that if she took one more step, or if any of us turned our backs and bolted down the hill, something final would happen. My phone buzzed in my pocket and I almost screamed. The sound shattered the quiet. The lantern dipped, like the hand holding it had flinched. I snatched my phone out. The screen lit up my face. It was a notification from the group chat. A photo Milo had sent earlier, the one of the gate. For a second, my mind just latched onto something dumb. The time at the top of the screen. It said 10:13. I stared at it because that was wrong. I had clocked out at 10:07, driven up the hill, walked into the cemetery, stood with my hands on that stone while Milo counted, watched the lantern cross half the graveyard. That took more than 6 minutes. It had to. My stomach flipped. I turned the phone around so they could see. Milo said, "That is not funny." And I said, "I did not change it, look." And Jen whispered, "My battery is still at 63. It was 63 when we got here. It should be less. I have had the light on this whole time." The lantern lifted higher, pointing the glass straight at us, like an eye. There was a moment, just a heartbeat, where I felt something like a question in the air, like she wanted us to answer something without words. The black in the lantern slowed its swirling. It almost held still. My vision tunneled. The edges went gray. My heartbeat pounded so hard it hurt my ribs. I heard myself say, "I am sorry," without knowing who I was talking to, the stone or the woman, or the whole hill. The lantern dropped slightly, a little nod. Then the light inside pulled in on itself, like someone sucking a breath inward, and the black folded tighter, denser, until it was a small core at the center of the glass. The rest of the lantern went dull, like metal left out in the rain. For the first time since I had noticed it, the glow grew weaker. The lantern turned away from us, not swung, turned. The handle shifted in empty air like a wrist had rotated. The shape around it pivoted without footsteps. Then, without any of that jerky jumping, it started moving back down the hill, slow this time. The light shrank with every few feet until it was just a dim ember gliding between stones. The sounds of the world started to seep back in, thin at first. The plastic flowers rattled once a little. A dog barked far away. A car engine hummed on some other road. My knees tried to give out. Milo kept his hand on my arm like he was not sure if I would try to run toward or away from it. We watched until the lantern reached the gate area again. For 1 second, it hovered by the arch, the words Hilltop Cemetery cutting through its glow. Then it went out. Not like a flame snuffing, no smoke, no final flicker. One moment it was there, the next it was simply not. And the patch of darkness it had been sitting in looked no different from anywhere else. The buzzing streetlight by the gate flared a bit, like it was adjusting. Somewhere down in town, a siren wailed and cut off. Nobody spoke for a long few seconds. Then Logan said, "I am leaving, I do not care," and turned toward the path. We all flinched, expecting something to happen, expecting the lantern to flare to life again in front of him. But nothing did. The air felt lighter, but only by a fraction. My hands tingled like they had fallen asleep. I followed him, my legs moving without my say-so. We walked back down that path without running, because running felt like it would break whatever thin agreement had just been made. The veteran flags moved a little as we passed now, stirring in what felt like a real breeze. At the gate, we squeezed out one by one. I made myself look back just once. The hill was just a hill. The stones were just stones. No light, no shape, nothing. My chest hurt. We did not say anything in the gravel patch. We just split. Milo muttered something about texting later, but nobody did. I got into my car with hands that could not keep steady on the keys. When I turned the ignition, the engine dragged like it was trying to wake up from the bottom of a lake. The dash lights flickered, all of them blinking on and off, and for 1 second, every gauge needle slammed to maximum and then back down. The clock on the dash said 3:03. I stared at it, then at my phone. My phone still said 10:19. I tapped the screen like that would change it. It did not. I backed out of there with my headlights pointed dead ahead, refusing to look at the fence out of the corner of my eye. On the drive home, the radio did not come on at all. Just silence. I do not know if I forgot to turn it up or if it was dead. The town looked wrong, like the lights were a little too dim, like someone had put a tinted film over everything. I pulled into the driveway and sat there for a while, engine off, listening to the cooling tick of the motor. Mom had left the porch light on. It looked yellow and weak. I went inside, mumbled something about being tired, went straight to my room. I did not mention Hilltop. I did not mention any lantern. I told myself it would feel stupid in the morning. That is what you tell yourself. You say it was dark. You were tired, your eyes were playing tricks, and your phone time was glitching. I set my phone on the nightstand, face down, and crawled into bed without changing my clothes. I did not want to turn my back on the window, but finally I did, because you cannot sleep facing an empty room when your brain is busy painting shapes in it. At some point, I dozed. I do not remember falling asleep. I remember staring at the pattern of cracks on my ceiling and thinking they looked like branches. I remember listening for traffic and hearing almost none. Then I remember waking up with my heart already racing, like my body had noticed something before my mind did. The room was dark, but not fully. There was a slice of streetlight on the floor by the window, the faint orange glow from the corner lamp outside our house. The alarm clock said 3:07. For a second, I thought, it has only been a few hours, calm down, but there was a feeling in the room, a thickness, the way the cemetery air had felt inside the gate. I lay there, frozen, staring at the window. The blinds were down, but tilted open. Through the slats, I could see the faint outline of the maple tree in the front yard and the pale strip of sidewalk. Nothing else, no shape, no lantern. I almost convinced myself I had just had a nightmare. Then I saw the marks. At first I thought it was just the shadow of the tree moving, but the branches were still. There was no wind. The marks were on the glass, not outside shadows, on the inside of my window. Dark smudges in the shape of fingers, handprints, clustered around the lower half of the frame. They were not clear, not like a crime show, but they were too close together and too high for my little cousins. too big for my mom. 5 long streaks on one side, 5 on the other, like someone had pressed both hands flat against the glass and then slid down an inch. My stomach rolled. I sat up slowly, the sheets bunching in my fists. My breath sounded too loud. I could smell something faint and bitter, like a blown-out candle, but heavier, like the air around Hilltop. I swung my legs off the bed and stood up, my knees shaking. Every part of me wanted to get closer and also wanted to stay exactly where I was. I stepped toward the window like I was testing thin ice. Up close, I could see the smudges better. They were not dirt like from outside mud. They were black and gray and streaky, like soot rubbed into the glass with the heel of a hand. The fingers were long and thin, longer than mine. There were little blotches between them, spots where it looked like whatever had made them had curled its fingers inward for a second and then straightened. I did not touch them. My hand hovered inches away, even that close with my own lamp off and only the streetlight outside. The marks did not shine. They ate the light the way the lantern glass had held that blackness, like they were not on the surface, but sunk down into it. I backed away until my calf hit the bed and I sat down hard. I do not know how long I stared at the window, watching for any sign of movement on the other side. Nothing came. No faces, no lantern glow, just those handprints dark against the glass. At some point, the alarm on my phone went off for school. I had set it for 6:30 like always. The sound snapped me like a rubber band. I grabbed the phone with hands that still shook and slapped it off. The lock screen said Tuesday, 6:31. The battery was at 19%, same as when I left the cemetery. It had not dropped while I slept. That is not possible. I know it is not. I am telling you what it said. In the gray morning light, the marks on the window looked a little less dramatic, like any mess looks smaller in the day, but they were still there. I could not bring myself to wipe them off. I told myself I would deal with them later. I went to school. I saw Milo in the hall, and he would not meet my eyes. Jenna looked past me like I was not standing there. Logan called in sick. At lunch, I sat down at our usual table and said, "You saw it too, right?" And Milo said, "Saw what?" and picked at his fries. His hand was shaking. Jenna said, "We went to the playground. What are you talking about?" And I almost shouted at her, but there were teachers around and I did not want to sound crazy. Later, when we were alone for a second near the lockers, she grabbed my sleeve and whispered, "I am not talking about it here." And her eyes were shiny with tears. And that was enough to tell me I was not alone. She knew. She just did not want to say it out loud where anyone else could hear. After school, I walked home instead of riding with Milo like I usually do. The bus passed the turn that goes up to Hilltop, and I felt my chest clench. I knew in that moment that I was never going to drive that road again if I could help it. I cut down side streets, avoided any view that might show the ridge. At home, Mom asked why I looked pale. I told her I did not sleep well. She told me to stop drinking soda so late and went back to her bills. I went to my room and finally made myself get close enough to the window to really look at the handprints in full light. They were still there, soot or something like it, smeared in the shape of hands pressed from inside. I opened the window carefully, lifted it up, touched the frame. The outside glass was clean. The marks were only on the inner pane. I checked my fingers after. They came away with a faint dark dust on the tips, and under that, my skin felt colder where it had brushed the streaks, like the chill from that stone had been baked into them. I washed my hands 3 times with hot water and dish soap. Even now, as I am talking into this phone, I feel like there is still something under my nails. That night, I pulled my curtains shut all the way and pushed my dresser halfway in front of the window. It did not help much. Every time a car went by and its headlights hit the curtains, I saw that lantern shape in my head. The way it moved closer every time I blinked. The way the black inside swirled like it had a mind. I did not go to school the next day. I faked a stomachache. Mom let me stay home, grumbling. I sat in the living room where there are no windows facing the street, and the TV was on some boring show, but I was not watching it. My phone buzzed once with a message from Logan, just 3 words. "Do you remember?" I stared at it and typed back, "The lantern," and he left it on red. None of us have gone back up there. People still do, I guess. There are always stories about kids sneaking into Hilltop, drinking, spray painting, being idiots. I hear them in the store sometimes when I am stocking chips. I do not say anything. I listen for any mention of a lantern. Nobody mentions one. It is like whatever she is, she only shows up for some people. Maybe people who think it is just a joke. Maybe people who put their hands on that oldest stone and do not think about what they are touching. You want to know the worst part? The handprints on my window never really went away. I tried washing them off one week when Mom was at work, and I did not have a shift. I got a sponge and the strongest cleaner we had, and I scrubbed until my arm hurt. The glass looked clear afterward. My reflection showed just my tired face, my messy hair. I felt this stupid relief, like maybe that closed it. That night, at 3:11, I woke up again with that same pressure in my chest. I sat up, heart pounding, turned on my lamp, and the handprints were back. Not wet, not smeared like fresh soot. Just there, dark, dry, exactly where they had been. I took a picture. The flash bounced off the glass and made them look lighter, but you can still see them if you zoom in. 10 long finger marks, 2 palms, sliding downward like someone had leaned in close and watched me sleep. I swear to God, since that night at Hilltop, I cannot walk past a cemetery fence. I cross the street if I see headstones. I change my routes. There's a little churchyard on the way to my cousin's house, and I take a whole extra block to avoid it. When we drive out of town and my mom takes the highway that runs near the Veterans Cemetery, I put my hood up and stare at my lap and turn the radio up in my earbuds. I get this tight feeling in my lungs whenever we pass and picture rows of lanterns between the stones, all holding that same black inside. I do not go to funerals anymore. I told my family I get sick at them. The last time I tried, when my great aunt passed, we drove up to the smaller cemetery on the other side of town, and as soon as I saw the gate and the stones beyond it, my vision went blurry, and my legs would not move. I stayed in the car with my head between my knees, while everybody else walked in with flowers. Mom was mad, but she does not know about the soot on my window. She does not know about the way time skipped on the hill. I am sitting by the Hilltop gate, again right now, in this car that really does need a new battery, and the dash clock keeps glitching between 10:24 and 3:03. Even though my phone says it is past midnight, and I do not know if I am going to work up the nerve to open that gate again, or if I will just sit here until the sun comes up. I am talking because if I keep this inside any longer, it is going to rot me from the inside out. If you ever find yourself driving past a cemetery at night and you see a small yellow light weaving between the stones, do not blink on purpose to test it. Do not stand still and watch it come closer. Do not put your hands on old stones just because your friends dare you. And if you ever wake up at 3 a.m. and see handprints on the inside of your window that were not there before you went to sleep, I am telling you, as someone who wishes more than anything, that he had just gone home that night and eaten another cold burrito in front of the TV, that you do not want to know what is holding the lantern when the light is not really light at all. My name's Caleb Morris. I'm from outside a little place called Ridgeton, Texas, out where County Road 14 runs past the old Hill Cemetery, and I work as a night security guard for a small outfit that watches churches, storage yards, and whatever the county wants eyes on after dark, And I am telling you this, sitting in my car by that same cemetery fence, and I can feel my hands shaking so bad, I keep dropping the phone. So if my voice sounds rough, it's because I have not really slept since it happened, and because every time I close my eyes, I am back between those headstones again, hearing my own name come out of the ground. Today was supposed to be normal. That is the thing that keeps getting to me, because it started like every regular day I work a late shift. I rolled out of bed around noon because I had been on patrol the night before. My back already sore from sitting in that old Crown Vic. The company lets us use, I made 2 fried eggs. In an old pan with a handle that gets too hot, toasted the last 2 slices of white bread in the bag, burned one side like I always do because the toaster leans, and I drank cheap instant coffee out of the chipped blue mug my sister gave me one Christmas, the one with a little white stain down the side that never really comes off no matter how hard I scrub it. I was wearing my gray work shirt with the stitched patch that just says, Caleb, in red letters. There is a faint grease stain on the lower front where I once leaned against a truck bumper, and I pulled on the same black work pants and steel toe boots that make my feet ache by morning, but they are the only ones I have. I checked the time on my phone. It was 3:42 in the afternoon when I put the mug in the sink, and I remember that number because later I kept thinking about how nothing felt wrong then. Nothing felt strange. It was just another day. I was going to drive lazy country roads and sit in parking lots and maybe fight off sleep with gas station coffee. I stopped at the small gas station before the highway, the one with the flickering sign. I topped off the tank because the company card still had enough on it. And I grabbed one of those shrink-wrapped turkey sandwiches and a bag of chips and a cold bottle of soda for later. And the girl behind the counter, Miranda, asked me like she always does, "You on nights again, Caleb?" And I said, "Yeah, they got me on the rotation out by Cedar Hill and the church lots." And she laughed and said, "You can have the graveyards. I don't even like driving past that fence in daylight." And I laughed back and told her it was just stones and cut grass. Nothing to be scared of, man. And I swear to God that sentence will not stop echoing in my head because of how stupid it sounds now. I clocked in at the little office in town at 5 on the dot, signed the clipboard like always, and my supervisor Earl tossed me the keys to the old white Crown Vic, the one with the radio that only gets 2 stations and a backseat full of old reports and fast food wrappers. And he said, "You got the Cedar Hill loop tonight. Check the church lot at 9, the cemetery around midnight, and swing by the county maintenance yard after that, same as last week." And I nodded because that's what I do. I just take the list and drive and shine my light and write down that everything is normal. The first few hours were boring. I am not complaining. That is the job most nights. Boredom and cheap coffee, and the occasional stray dog or raccoon that sets off a motion sensor. I parked by the little church at 9, walked the lot, checked the doors. Everything was locked. Nothing looked out of place. The air was warm but dry, not much wind, the sky clear enough that I could see the stars over the steeple. I sat there after my walk, ate half the sandwich, listened to the radio low, some old rock songs, and then some talk show arguing about something I was not really listening to. And I checked my phone a lot, just scrolling through nothing. Around 11, I started the car back up, the engine making that low grinding sound it does when the battery is having one of its moods. And I thought, like I always do, that I really need to take it in and have them look at it. Then I remembered I do not have the money if it is something bigger than a battery, so I just said a quick little prayer that it would keep going and pulled back onto the dark road. The route from the church to Cedar Hill Cemetery is only 10 or 15 minutes. It is all 2-lane road with no shoulder, lined with bar ditches and fields and a few scattered houses way back from the street. And by that time of night, most of the windows are dark. Every porch light feels like it is hanging in the middle of nowhere. I remember passing the sign that just says, Cedar Hill Cemetery, next right. White letters on green, and glancing at the dashboard clock, it said 11:53, and I thought, all right, I will do my walk through a little early. Maybe I can hit the yard and be done closer to 3 than 4. I turned onto the narrow road that goes up to the cemetery. It is a little hill, not much, just enough that the graves sit looking down toward the road, and the fence runs along the top like a straight black line against the sky, and there is one streetlight at the gate that gives off this pale yellow glow that never seems to reach very far past the entrance. As I drove up, I noticed something that did not feel like anything big at the time. It was just that the light from that streetlight looked weaker than usual, like it was dimmed, and the sky over the cemetery, even though it was clear everywhere else, looked like there was a kind of low haze hanging there. Not fog exactly, just something that made the stars blurry. I parked the car like I always do just inside the gate, nose pointed out in case I have to leave fast for any reason, habit from training. And I sat there for a minute with the engine idling and the radio low, finishing the rest of my sandwich and washing it down with the soda. The air coming through the cracked window felt colder than it had any right to, considering it had been warm back down the road, and I remember rubbing my arms and thinking maybe I should have grabbed my jacket from the back seat, but pride or laziness made me just roll my shoulders and tell myself it was fine. I killed the engine, grabbed my flashlight, the heavy one with the metal body and the black tape around the grip, and I stepped out onto the gravel. This is the part of the night I usually like, honestly, and that is what is twisted about all this, because I always like the quiet out there, the way the gravel crunches under my boots, the smell of cut grass from earlier in the week mixed with the older smell of dirt and flowers, the little squeak of the gate when I close it behind me. It is like the world pulls away from you in a cemetery at night. Even with a road nearby, you cannot hear the few cars that might pass. The noise from town is too far off. It is just you and the stones and the wind when there is any. I did what I always do. I closed the gate until the latch clicked. I shined my light along the fence line, checking for anything obvious, like a cut section or some kids trying to sneak in. And then I started my slow walk up the main path that runs between the older stones on one side and the newer plots on the other. A narrow strip of gravel that splits into smaller paths further up. The first wrong thing was small, and I almost talked myself out of it later, but it is where it started. On the right side near the front, there is a row of older headstones, the kind where the names are worn soft by rain and years. And there is one that leans a little forward with a lamb carved at the top. I have seen it dozens of times, and the last name on it has always looked like Henderson to me, the first name too faded to make out. I shined my light across it in passing like always, and for 1 second I could have sworn the letters were sharp, like they had just been cut, and the name was not Henderson at all. It was Morris, same as mine, clear as day. I stopped and stepped closer, heart doing a little jump that did not match the size of the detail, and I crouched to get a better look. Bimange. And by the time my light steadied on it again, the letters were back to that soft, worn shape, and the last name looked like Henderson again, or maybe Hendricks, something with an H and an N and an R, but not mine. I remember saying out loud, "All right, Caleb, you need more sleep," and forcing out a little laugh into the air, just to hear my own voice. I kept walking. The air felt heavier the further into the rows I went. You know how sometimes you feel like the air changes from one side of a door to the other, like stepping into a garage or a basement? That subtle difference you cannot describe. It was like that, only I was still outside. Nothing between me and the sky but those branches. The trees that edge the cemetery are mostly live oaks and a couple of pecans, and they usually let the moonlight filter through in patches. But that night, the light felt wrong, like it was being swallowed up before it hit the ground, and my flashlight felt like the only solid thing cutting through it. I checked the small maintenance shed near the back. The padlock was still on. No signs of anyone messing with it. I swung my light over the old water spigot where people fill cans for flowers. Nothing there, and I was already thinking about how fast I could finish the loop and get back to the warm car and the static on the radio. Then I heard the first sound that did not fit. It was not a big noise. It was just a crunch of gravel behind me, the exact sound my own boots make when I shift my weight. Only I was standing still. I froze, light pointed at the ground between my feet, and I just listened. No wind, no cars on the road, nothing. Then another crunch, closer. Like someone was taking a step on the path I had just walked. I spun around and swung the beam of the flashlight back down the trail toward the gate. The narrow path was empty, the gate still closed, the streetlight outside throwing that weak yellow glow through the bars. The stones on either side were just shapes. I told myself it was probably an animal, a big raccoon, or maybe a stray dog nosing around the gravel, and I called out, "Hey, who's there?" more out of habit than anything. And my voice came out thinner than I wanted. No answer, no movement, just the slight ringing in my ears from the sudden tension. I stood there longer than I needed to, then forced myself to turn back around and keep going, because I knew if I let that little sound stop me, I would never hear the end of it from Earl or the others. As I started walking again, I noticed the second detail. The air did not smell right. Cemeteries have a certain smell, and I know how that sounds, but they do, especially smaller ones like Cedar Hill, a mix of cut grass, old flowers, that damp earth scent that comes after they dig a fresh grave, sometimes a faint whiff of whatever cleaner they use on the benches. That night there was something metallic in the air, like the smell you get when you hold a handful of coins too long, and it sat in the back of my throat. I swallowed and tried not to think about it, telling myself maybe one of the nearby houses was doing something, burning trash or whatever. But my brain did not buy it, and my body knew. I got to the newer section, where they had just put in a row of fresh plots along the back fence, simple granite stones, the grass still patchy and dark, where the ground had been disturbed in the last few months. I checked those more carefully because sometimes family members leave things, and we are supposed to pick up anything that might blow away or attract animals. And my beam slid over flowers and little stuffed animals and a couple of laminated cards with prayers on them, the usual. One grave near the middle of the new row caught my eye because it had no flowers, no mementos, nothing. Just a rectangle of darker earth that had not settled yet and a temporary marker next to it. One of those small plastic stakes with a white placard stuck in, the kind they use before the real stone arrives. Cedar Hill Funeral Home, it said across the top in little printed letters. And under that, a line where they write the name and dates. Only this one was blank. No name, no dates, no scribble, just empty. I stood there for a second, shining my light on it, and something in my stomach went tight. Not because of anything I could explain, just because a blank, where information should be, always feels wrong. I took my phone out of my pocket to snap a quick picture so I could mention it in the report for the office, something they could call the funeral home about. And as I unlocked the screen, I heard my name. It was not loud. It was not some booming voice. It was like someone lying just under my feet had whispered it up through the earth. Caleb. Right at my feet, right where that blank marker was. I swear to God, man, I am not making that up. My whole body locked up like somebody had hit me in the back with a shovel. I did not drop the phone. I just stopped breathing for a second, and every part of me went cold. The sound was not fuzzy like a radio, not echoing like a shout. It was as clear as if someone was lying in a hospital bed right next to me and leaned over to get my attention. I could feel my heart pounding in my neck. My first thought, and it shows you how the mind fights this, was that someone was messing with me. That maybe one of the guys from the office had snuck out there to give me a scare. So I jerked my head up and swung the flashlight around in a circle, beam cutting over stones and benches and the fence line. Nobody, no movement, no shadows that did not belong. Just that weird, heavy stillness and the faint hum of the streetlight at the gate. "All right," I said out loud, trying to sound tough and just sounding hoarse. "This is not funny." I took a step back from the grave, my boots sinking a little into the softer dirt around the new plot, and my heel caught the edge of the next grave's concrete border, making me stumble. As I caught myself, I felt the ground under that fresh plot shift, like something had pushed up from underneath. It was small, just a little lift, enough that the top layer of loose dirt slid a couple of inches toward my boots. The sound of dry soil moving in the quiet hit me harder than any shout would have. "Caleb." This time it came again. Same voice, same low pitch, only now it sounded like it was right at my knee. Too close, wrong angle. Like the sound did not care about direction the way it should. My brain went into that frantic kind of listing mode. You know that thing where you start talking to yourself in your head and out loud at the same time, and I said, "No, wait. That is not where this started. That is not when it got really bad. It started earlier when I heard the footsteps. You should have left then." And part of me wanted to run right then, just turn and bolt for the gate. But the training voice that sounds like Earl in my head said, "You need to check the area. You need to make sure nobody is in there. Maybe there is a kid in the cemetery. Maybe there is a person in trouble." I wish I had ignored that voice. I wish I had just run. Instead, I did what I was supposed to do. I steadied the flashlight. I pointed it directly down at the fresh grave, and I watched as the soil in the middle of the rectangle shifted again. It rose, slow, like something underneath was pushing up with the flat of a hand, and a little ridge formed, cracked, and a line of darker dirt appeared. The sound was quiet, the soft crumble of dry dirt sliding over itself. But in that silence, it might as well have been a roar. My throat felt like it closed. My mouth tasted like pennies. That metal taste stronger now, and all I could think was, this is not right. This is not how the ground moves. This is not how anything works. For a second, I thought earthquake, which is ridiculous for where we live, but the mind grabs at anything normal. The ridge stopped rising when it was maybe an inch higher than the rest of the ground. Then, in the center of that raised line, the soil cracked in a little circle, about the size of a hand. The dirt shifted outward, grain by grain, as if a fist were twisting up from underneath. And then I saw it. A hand came up through the dirt, just the top of it at first. Fingers, knuckles, wrist. Pale skin, smeared with dark soil, like someone had grabbed handfuls of it from underneath. The fingernails were dull, not long like in movies, just regular nails clogged with earth, and the wrist disappeared back down into the mound. It did not shoot up fast. That almost would have been easier to dismiss as some weird panic hallucination. No, it came up in a slow, steady push, like whoever it belonged to was bracing themselves against a heavy door. My flashlight beam shook so badly, the light was jerking around, but it stayed on that hand. I could see the little lines where the knuckles bent. I could see the dirt crumble off in bits. I could see, and this is the part that makes my stomach flip every time I think about it, I could see that the skin looked like my skin. Same color, same little scar on the back of the thumb where I cut myself as a kid, opening a can. I swear to God, man, I am telling you what I saw. The hand flexed, the fingers spread, the palm turned slightly, like it was feeling the air. I heard that voice again, only now it was not from under my feet. It was in front of me, level with my chest, coming from somewhere that did not match where my eyes were telling me the hand was. "Caleb." Just like that, no extra words, no threat. Just my name sounding like it had been spoken by my own mouth half a second before. My legs gave up. I did not fall completely, but my knees dipped and I staggered backward. My boot crushing a plastic flower arrangement behind me with a dry crackle. The sound snapped something in my head, enough that I yelled, "Sup!" at the hand like I was shouting at a dog, and my voice came out too loud in the quiet, bouncing off the stones. At the same time, Some part of me remembered I had a flashlight for a reason, and I snapped its beam straight down onto the hand, as bright and centered as I could manage with my shaking. The second that light hit it full on, the hand went away. It did not slowly sink. It did not get covered back up by falling dirt in a normal way. One blink it was there, fingers and knuckles and that little scar, and the next blink it was gone, and the dirt where it had been was flat, as if it had never been disturbed. No mound, no crack, just a rectangle of dark soil. The only proof that anything had moved was the ring of loose dirt around my boots. I stood there with the flashlight pointed at the spot until my wrists started to ache from gripping it so tight. Nothing else shifted. The air was still, too still, like even the insects were holding their breath. I wanted to believe in that moment that I had imagined everything, that the blank marker, and the voice and the soil moving, and the hand all came from some kind of sleep-deprived trick of the brain. But my body did not believe that. My body knew because my heart was pounding so hard. I felt lightheaded and my shirt was sticking to my back with sweat, even in that cold air. I turned away from the grave at last, not because I felt safe, but because every instinct was screaming at me to get back to the car. To something with doors and an engine and a radio that could drown out the quiet. As I started down the path, the crunch of gravel under my boots felt wrong again, like someone else was walking half a step behind me. I did not look back. I could feel that if I did, I would see something I would not be able to live with. My flashlight beam swung wildly over the stones, catching names and dates I had never noticed before. Too many of them suddenly familiar, like they belonged to people I had not met yet. I kept my eyes forward, locked on the patch of gravel ahead and the faint glow of the streetlight at the gate. And I just kept moving, one step, then another, trying not to run and failing because my walk turned into a stumble and then a full-out run before I reached the gate. When I pushed against the gate, it did not budge at first, the latch that always sticks. A little felt like it had been welded shut. I rattled it hard enough that the metal clanged, that sound loud and ugly in the quiet. And for a second I thought, this is it. You are not getting out. You are stuck in here. And then on the third hit it sprang open with a screech and I almost fell through. I ran to the car, yanked the driver's door open and threw myself inside, slamming it behind me so hard the window rattled. For a second, I just sat there, panting, one hand still squeezing the flashlight, the other fumbling for the keys. I jammed them into the ignition and turned. The engine coughed, that grinding sound louder than ever, and did not catch. I turned the key again. Click, click, nothing. The dashboard lights flickered weakly and went dim. The car that had been fine all evening chose that exact moment to act like the battery was dead. My chest tightened so much I thought I might be having a heart problem on top of everything else. I turned the key again even though I knew it would not work. The tiny clicks like a clock getting louder. That was when I noticed the temperature inside the car. It had dropped. I could see my breath in front of my face, even though the windows were fogged with the warmth from earlier. My fingers started to feel numb around the flashlight. I told myself it was just panic, that my body was overreacting, but I could see a thin layer of frost creeping along the edges of the windshield, tiny white patterns forming where the glass met the rubber. And that is not something your mind just invents with this kind of detail. I swear to God. And then, from behind me, through the back window, from the direction of the cemetery, I heard it. Gravel, slow, deliberate crunches. One step, pause, another step, getting closer. There was no one else up there. There had been no other cars when I turned in. No houses close enough for someone to be walking up the road. The only thing behind my car was the open gate and the path leading back to that grave. My hands were shaking so bad, I dropped the keys. They fell somewhere between the seat and the console, and my heart started hammering in a way that made my vision blur. I locked the doors out of reflex, hitting the button so hard my thumb hurt, even though I knew if something could come out of the ground, a lock was not going to do much. The crunching steps came up to the side of the car and stopped right by the back passenger door. You know that feeling you get when somebody stands in a doorway and looks at you, and you can feel it even if you do not see them yet? It was like that. Only there was no doorway, just a thin layer of metal and glass between me and whatever was out there. I did not want to look. Every part of me said, "Keep your eyes forward, stare at the steering wheel, pretend you are somewhere else." But another part, that same stupid part that made me check the grave, needed proof, needed something to pin this on later when I tried to tell myself it was not real. So I turned my head, very slowly, and looked at the fogged-up passenger window. At first, I did not see anything but the smear of my own reflection and the faint glow from the streetlight. Then, gradually, like someone wiping a circle on a shower door, the fog on the inside of the window cleared in one spot about the size of a face. The rest of the glass stayed filmed over, but that part became perfectly clear, and in the reflection I could see something behind me, over my shoulder, outside the back window. Not a full figure, not some detailed person I could describe to a sketch artist. It was more like a darker shape cut out of the night, a place where the weak light from the street lamp did not go. A taller patch of black that moved just enough that my brain recognized it as not belonging to the fence or the trees. As I stared, its edges seemed to lean forward, as if it were bending over to line up with that clear patch on the window, and my own pale face in the glass looked like it had another shadow face standing just behind it. Caleb. This time it was right in my ear, inside the car, as if whoever was saying it had their mouth so close they could have brushed my skin, but there was nobody there. I shouted, not words at first, just a raw sound that hurt my throat, and grabbed the flashlight like it was a weapon, twisting around in the seat to point it at the back window. The beam hit glass and bounced, lighting up the inside of the car, the back seat empty except for the old reports and some trash. Outside, through the glass, there was nothing but the open gate and the first few stones. No dark shape, no figure. The frost on the edges of the window started to melt, little drops of water running down, and the air began to feel less like an icebox and more like regular night again. My hands were still shaking, my heart still racing, but my breath did not smoke anymore when I exhaled. I do not know how long I sat like that, twisted around in the seat, flashlight pointed at nothing, before I forced myself to turn back to the front. The keys were on the floor near the pedals, and I picked them up with fingers that felt like they belonged to someone else and tried the ignition again. This time the engine turned over, rough and complaining, but it caught. The relief that washed over me made me lightheaded. I threw the car into reverse, backed up in a crooked line that would have made Earl yell at me on any other night. And then I pointed the nose toward the gate and rolled down the hill faster than was probably safe. I did not look back in the rearview mirror. I did not check my side mirrors. I stared at the strip of road in my headlights like it was the only thing keeping me alive. When I hit the main road, I did not turn toward the maintenance yard like I was supposed to. I turned the opposite way, toward town, my hands gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles hurt. The radio was still on low, some late-night host talking about traffic somewhere far away, and I cranked it up just to fill the car with noise. Any noise that was not my own breathing or that voice saying my name. I pulled into the office lot without even registering the drive, like my body went on autopilot. Earl was not there. Nobody was. The building dark except for the little light over the back door. I sat in the parked car for a long time. I do not know how long, because when I checked my phone later, the times did not make sense. The last time I remember looking at the dashboard clock before I left the cemetery, it was around 12:20. When I checked my phone in the office lot, it said 3:07. The drive from Cedar Hill to the office is 15 20 minutes tops, even if you catch the one light on red. There is a solid hour and a half in there I cannot account for. I do not remember stopping anywhere. I do not remember pulling over. I remember the steering wheel in my hands and the white line on the side of the road. And the radio. And the feeling that if I let myself think of anything else, I would not be able to keep the car between the ditches. I finally made myself go inside, just long enough to drop the keys in the box and scribble something on the report that probably did not make sense, because when I looked at it the next day, it just said, "Cemetery checked. Nothing unusuals." In big shaky letters that did not look like my normal writing. Then I drove home in my own beat-up old car, the one with the battery I keep meaning to fix. Only this time, when I turned the key, it started just fine, like nothing was wrong. I lay on the couch instead of the bed when I got home, shoes still on, work shirt sticking to my back, and I stared at the ceiling until light started leaking around the blinds. Every time I blinked, I saw the dirt cracking and that hand pushing through. I saw that little scar on the thumb, my scar, and I heard my name coming up from the ground. I thought, maybe if I go back in daylight, it will look normal. It will all look stupid and normal, and I can tell myself it was some kind of waking nightmare. So I did. That afternoon, when my shift would have started, but before I called in, I drove back up to Cedar Hill. The sky was bright. Hot sun making the stones throw little shadows, the streetlight off, the air smelling like dust and dry weeds. There were a few cars parked in the little gravel lot outside the fence, families visiting graves, a woman kneeling by a stone with a vase of fresh flowers. It felt almost disrespectful to be as scared as I was with regular people walking around. I pushed through the gate, same squeak as always, and walked straight back to the new row by the fence, not looking at the Henderson or Hendrix or whatever stone this time. Just keeping my eyes on the ground where that blank marker had been. Only it was not blank anymore. There was no plastic temporary stake. There was a full granite headstone, new, the stone still looking sharp at the edges. The carved letters clean and dark. My legs almost gave out right there. I walked up to it like somebody moving through water. The name on the stone was mine. Caleb Morris. Same spelling. Same middle initial, even, that I do not use at work but is on my driver's license. Underneath was a date of birth that matched mine exactly. And beneath that, a date of death. The month and year were this month and this year. The day was yesterday. My brain slipped a gear. I felt like I left my body for a second. I reached out and touched the letters because I had to. The stone was warm from the sun. The carved lines of my name were deep enough. I could feel them under my fingertips. This was not some prank someone had thrown together overnight. Stones take time, orders, carving, installation, money. And there was another detail that made it worse. Down at the bottom of the stone, in smaller letters, was a little line that said, "Always watching the gates." I never told anybody that when I first got this assignment. I used to joke to myself that I was just a gate watcher, that my whole job was to watch doors and fences and make sure nobody came in who should not. Seeing that phrase there, on a stone with my name, yesterday's date under it, made my mind break in small ways. I looked around, expecting everybody in the cemetery, all those families, to be staring at me, to be whispering, to be pointing at the stone. But nobody was. The woman with the flowers was still crying quietly at the other grave. A man a few rows over was brushing leaves off a marker. A kid ran along the path until his mother called him back, her voice sharp but normal. Nobody was looking at me. Nobody reacted like anything was out of the ordinary. I tried to wave one of them over, to point and say, "Do you see this?" But when I opened my mouth, all that came out was a dry croak, like I had swallowed dust. I backed away from the stone instead, slow, and then I turned and walked, not ran, walked out of the cemetery, each step feeling like I was moving through somebody else's dream. When I reached the car, I sat with the door open and my feet on the gravel, and I finally took a breath deep enough to make my chest hurt. I checked my phone, half expecting some notification, some missed calls, something that said I had lost more time. There was nothing. Just a text from Earl asking if I was coming in that night. I did not answer him. I just drove. Not back to the office, not back home. Just drove aimlessly for a while until I realized I was heading away from town. Away from any graveyard I could think of. Every time I saw a row of stones through trees, or a church sign with a cross and service hours, my hands would tighten on the wheel, and I would change lanes, change streets, make turn after turn, until the view out the windshield was only fields or houses or anything that did not have a fence and markers beyond it. That was 3 days ago. I have not been back to work. I sent Earl a message saying I was sick, then another saying I needed some days. And he wrote back once saying to let him know when I could come in, no questions, which is almost worse. I have not gone past Cedar Hill again. I take the long way around town now. I turn the radio up when I pass the small churchyard near my sister's place, so I do not hear anything I am not supposed to. When a funeral procession went by at an intersection yesterday, I pulled into a parking lot and waited until every car was gone, my hands shaking on the steering wheel, my eyes on the pavement so I did not see the hearse. I know what you are thinking, that I should go back with someone else, that I should take a picture of the stone, that I should prove it. I thought of that too. I drove almost all the way to Cedar Hill this afternoon, squad car or not, just in my own beater, intending to pull in and walk up and snap a photo, show it to somebody, tell them, look, this is messed up, this is not normal. But when I got close enough to see the green sign that said Cedar Hill Cemetery, next right, my chest tightened and my vision tunneled and my foot pressed the accelerator and I shot past the turn without meaning to. My body will not let me go back there, anywhere near. And there is one more thing, the part that keeps me from just saying, all right, you cracked under stress. It was some kind of break. Go get help. Forget the supernatural talk. Yesterday, I was sitting in my kitchen, same chipped blue mug in my hands, coffee gone cold, staring at nothing, when my phone buzzed on the table. I picked it up without thinking. It was a notification from one of those weather apps, the kind you never look at until there is a storm warning. It said, Cedar Hill Funeral Home Service Reminder. I thought it was some kind of bug, like a misdirected notification, but I tapped it anyway. It opened a little screen that said, Service for Caleb Morris. Date, yesterday. Time, 2:00 p.m. Location, Cedar Hill Cemetery. At the bottom, there was a line, probably copied from some template, that said, Thank you for visiting the gates with us. I have never given that funeral home my information. I have never attended a service there. The app does not have permission to access my contacts. I checked. I turned the phone off and left it off for the rest of the day. I am telling you all of this sitting in my car right now, parked on the side of a road where I can see, in the distance, the faint rise of ground where the cemetery sits. The top of one tree that leans over the fence. The streetlight by the gate is on, that dull yellow circle, and I swear it looks like it is breathing. I keep thinking about that blank marker and the voice and the hand and the stone with my name, and how the date under it already passed. I keep thinking about the little line at the bottom, always watching the gates. I used to think that was my job, watch the gates, make sure nothing comes in or out that should not. Now I'm starting to think I had it backwards. Maybe I was not watching the gates. Maybe the gates were watching me. I do not walk past cemeteries anymore. I do not go to funerals. I cross the street if I even see a fence with more than a couple of stones behind it. When I drive on the highway at night and a green sign flashes by with the word cemetery on it, I turn the radio up and stare straight ahead and pretend I do not notice, because every time I do notice, I can feel something in the back of my head, like a pressure, like someone softly calling my name from very far away under a lot of dirt. And the worst part, the part that keeps me talking into this cracked phone screen at 3 in the morning, hoping somebody hears me and maybe believes me, is that I know one day, maybe soon, maybe in years, I am going to be tired or distracted or sick, and I am going to forget to check a map before I drive, and I am going to make a turn without thinking, and I am going to end up rolling past a gate with a sign that has my last name carved into stone behind it. And this time the car will not start, and the air will get cold, and the gravel will crunch. And whoever is watching the gates is going to decide that the date on that stone needs to finally be right.